1 minute away from pressing the button. Joe isn't even here, and we're saying late streamer. That's crazy. That's crazy. 1 minute. Hello. Okay. All right. Joe is taking a minute to eat, so I am gonna run some ads, so that his folks don't get pre-rolls. You have needs? Yeah, apparently. Stream elements, keep up. All right. Here comes 3 minutes of ads. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do it. All right. Howdy, howdy. Sounds like people had fun with Jackbox, so that's good. What are your thoughts on silica packets? Useful, but not tasty. I've heard of dry humor, but this is ridiculous. +2. +2. +2. Did you try them? I'm not sharing that information here today. Mouse cord voice chat is rating with a party of like 15 people. Apparently, yeah. Jackbox seems to be going well, so that's good. Sorry, I couldn't make it today. I had plans that I slept through, so I doubly failed that one. It's going great. You should come around next time. I'll try, yeah. Wow, we have ads up. Thank you to Caps for resubbing. Thanks for the stream. These Sekimeiya streams are banger after banger. Wait, why is it dark outside again and the stream is off? Doing this sub 2 hours before stream goes crazy. Thank you, Caps. That's really good. That's really good. And thank you, Kaylee Gal, for it. Hey, big video games. I can't join stream because of spoilers, but happy 4-month anniversary. Either way, I have to ask you a question to see if you're smarter than the average Twitch chatter. How much teeth does a penguin have? A, none. B, 50. C, 100. Or D, 200. If you saw this, you'll be able to solve the Sekimeiya, so choose wisely. I have no idea whether a penguin has teeth or not. Do birds have teeth in their beaks? The Baltic guy says, I'd like to formally apologize to Joe for almost doxing him with the Kojima quiz by suggesting it to you. It's okay. It was my fault. I didn't know that it did that. Geese have teeth? D was 250? Oh, well, then we know that D is wrong, right? They're not a teeth. They're a kind of muscle. Well, then this question is invalidated. Thank you, Ravine. Thank you to Double Jumper for resubbing for month 5. Oh, you resubbed for 6 months. Thank you, Double Jumper. Thank you to my favorite streamers, Big Video Games and Wings Orange. We'll give him a thank you when he gets here. Also, don't eat silica gel packets. Gonna have to echo this sentiment. Please don't eat silica gel packets. The stream does not in any way endorse eating silica gel packets. Penguins have inward-facing teeth in their beaks to prevent fish coming back up. Oh, ew. Ew. The right answer is 0. Okay, I was not correct, but I had concepts of being correct. Thank you, Happy Herbie, for resubbing with thank you, Jomsif. We'll let him know. Thank you. Thank you, Non-Scaled, for subbing, and Velvet Milfman for resubbing. Nice to see you here. Jackbox taught us many new things, like how funny I always am or how dumb we all are. Yeah, I gotta make it to one of these days. Is a prickly pear a fruit, a cactus, or both? I mean, cactus put out fruit. So, like, a prickly pear cactus is a type of cactus, but a cactus grows fruit, and so it's both. Presumably. Please replace Love's Men Sigh with the new and improved Holding a Sign Sigh in multiplayer voice text. Okay, let me see. I'm glad y'all are getting this out of the way before Joe gets here and we have to become serious streamers with the real streamer. Let's see. So maybe after Pride Boulder. I think that this moment in time, it's important for me to have explicitly LGBT content on my stream. He's still gay? How do you know? Just because he's wearing a rainbow? They're co-opting that. Do red-haired sigh instead? Ooh. Yeah, I think so. Do you think they should have dropped a silica gel packet into the cabinet with Isla to preserve the scene? Probably, right? Could you use enough of those to keep a body from like to slow down the decomposition? I don't know how much like humidity contributes to decomposition. I'm not a knower. LGBTQS where S stands for silica. Thank you, Rodney. Are you implying Sai is wearing a rainbow shirt to remind himself of the pact between Noah and God that God will never send another flood to murder everything? Yeah, probably. Sai. The thing in Mia's bag that she doesn't want anybody to see is the Bible, and she and Sai have been sneaking off between narrative beats to go read it together. Touchstar does player gender choices. That's cool. Oh, hello. Hello, we're just yapping. Oh, sorry. I don't have this. 1 second. 1 second. All right. Can you talk now? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. What fucking... No, it's because of me, but I can't... Okay, can you talk now?
Hello, hello.
There we go. You're very quiet. Can I turn you up on here, or is it gonna fuck up again? You are at 200% for me, so let me turn up Firefox. All right, now say something.
Hello, hello. Hi, hello.
All right, further up. We need more Joe.
Can I boost it on my side?
I don't think I can boost it any further on my side, so you should.
No, it's
Oh,
a
it's good now?
maximum. It's a maximum on Chrome.
They say it's good now. Okay.
It is?
Yeah, I turned it up all the way on my side.
Why is it so quiet? It's weird.
I don't know.
Testing, testing. Yeah, it's not going that too high on the Chrome thing too. It's going to like the -16. Okay.
It looks okay now. It looks okay now. On OBS.
Okay.
All right, I need to do announcements. Okay. Can you hear the sound on the screen share this time, by the way?
If there's meant to be sound, I can't hear it.
I swapped to Firefox and everything because they said you would be able to hear sound.
I don't hear it. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You also can't hear it?
Chat can't hear it either. Maybe that's why I can't hear it.
There's this screen is really quiet, so yeah, that's if chat can't hear it, then that's I think it's just quiet. I think if I press this button, you should be able to hear stuff. Start putting settings buttons, they're loud, yeah. We can turn it up a little bit though.
I can't hear it.
You can't hear anything?
Nope.
Well, whoever said that Firefox would make the sound work for you was wrong. I'm sorry.
How dare they?
Can you stream it to Joe on Discord just for the sound? I could. Do you want me to do that?
Yeah, sure. I guess so.
If it matters to you.
This seems complicated, but the music is a big part of it, right?
Yeah. Okay. No, here we go. No, the original issue was that Discord was causing the audio to like crunch and make Joe all warbly. But there wasn't any issue with me streaming the Sekimeiya to him there.
Whoa, double mouse.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I muted myself on Discord. Let me stop sharing this here.
So I'm reading from Discord then, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
I guess so. Should I be able to hear it?
There's no, this screen is silent here. You should be able to hear this.
I can hear that now. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Okay, pop out. Okay, there you go. Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not your fault.
It is. We both know what I did, but thank you for being polite. It's
okay. All right. Yeah.
Okay. Let me notify Discord.
Yeah, I have to notify people as well. Notify them of our crime. Although I think my entire Discord is already here because they raided from Jackbox.
I just typed in Umineko Sunday. Wow. Okay.
I mean, we could read that instead if you want. Wow, I just typed in the complete wrong Twitch URL. Okay. We're doing so well. We're doing so well.
How's it going, chat? If you use Opera, the gamer's browser, you still won't be able to hear it, but I will get a commission.
All right.
Finish 100 line 3 out of 10. Wow, 3 out of 10.
3
How
out
do you
of 10.
feel about Danganronpa and 999 in those games in August?
3 out of 10.
Did you bandle today, Mouse?
No.
I am extremely upset that today's bandle is landed on a day that I didn't stream.
Okay.
I'm extremely upset.
Okay. I'm listening to it.
Are you just doing it now?
It's loud. Oh, you can hear it. It's loud. It's loud. It's loud. It's okay. It was loud. I'll listen to it another time then. I'll do it off stream.
Both way better. This is so bad I bumped ZTD up a point. Wow, says Naugust. Wow. My favorite thing about 100 line is how it respects your time. Wow.
Holy shit.
Jonathan Blow was a part of the collab as well? Damn.
Holy shit. Alright, I'm doing it in a different browser.
Okay. All right. Oh, that's an easy bandle, says Allison. Pressure's on, Mouse. Pressure's
well,
on.
Allison is a musician, so she doesn't count. Sorry, Allison.
I am embarrassed because I've heard this song like well over 1,000 times, and I still needed to get to 3 to get it. Somehow worse pacing than Umineko.
No, it took me till 3 as well. Okay. That's okay.
You got it?
Yeah, that's
You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
All right. That's good. That's good.
I
I'm
got
glad you got all 3.
Its only merit is it has 100 endings, which also dooms the game. Just right after we started yet? No, we're just yapping. We're just yapping. Dolmix says it sounds like August played 100 line without love. Maybe you should replay it with an open heart.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true. That's true.
Why'd
Yeah.
you stop thinking, August?
Nagus, as a fan of my streams in Brazil and my videos, I thought you would be a fan of quantity over quality. Like, I thought you would like it.
All right. As is
Oh, I heard it.
customary. You heard it?
Hooray.
Oh my god.
I heard
As
it,
is
yeah.
customary, we're going to begin the stream by unforgetting all of the shit that we forgot last time. I have
Okay.
not made any progress with the obsidian thing I was making because I just had other things I wanted to do this week. I don't want to do this, so.
So no, we scrant. Okay.
Oh, you want to do Scran?
No, we don't have to. I'm just
You wanna
saying.
do Scrandle?
If we're not doing it, then it's not yes we scrant. It's no we scrant. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with getting right into Sekimeiya.
What does chat think? Yes, we Scran or no, we Scrant?
No, you scran not.
Damn, that's serious. Spare us from doles.
Maybe we scrite.
Let's just do it quick. We'll do it quickly. It'll be the only dole. It'll be the only one. We'll do one.
Whoa.
We'll do one.
As a treat.
One. We'll do one. Okay.
You mean like 1 of the 10?
Yeah, 1 of the 10. 1 of the 10.
We're gonna do 1/10 of a scrandle.
1/10 of a scrandle. We're gonna do 1, so make it count. We're gonna do 1, so make it count. Okay, hold on. No, this is perfect tech because I can stream this to you on the
God.
other one.
Oh my god.
There we go.
Alright.
There we go.
Okay.
All right.
This is right.
This is a tough one. Are you sure?
Easy.
It could be left.
Sure.
It could be left.
Wow.
All right. Well, that's Scrandle for the day. Thanks, everyone.
That's it. Yeah, done.
Okay.
1/10 of a scrandle done.
All right. Check bet percentages. I can't. It bugged off my screen. What does it say? We need to do enough to get a score of 5 or 6. But we got 100% of it, which I think means 10.
True.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you, Swazi Magic, for resubbing with great Scran. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It wasn't even a pie. It was a jacket potato with beans and mushy peas. That's insane.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't like that.
They can't
I
even
don't like
see
that
this
at all.
anymore. They can't even see this anymore. Only we can see it.
I can still see it. Oh my god.
Okay. All right. I'll take it away. I'll take it away from you. All right. Good Scran. Good Scran.
Perfect scran.
It didn't say 10 and it said perfect and she was perfect. Thank you, August. All right. Great work, everyone. Good stream. Good stream. Okay.
Yes, we scran.
Yes, we Scran. All right. Lock in. Time to dive head first into lube timeline. Oh no.
The lube timeline.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
what I remember from last week is that Arena was found dead, and then she just showed up because she was hiding behind a door and
Yeah,
caused you
yeah.
to have an episode 5 tier crash out. And then was it confirmed that we're Mia? It was, right?
It was, yeah. It was confirmed. that
Yeah,
one,
Arena called us Mia because we went into chapter 1 timeline, and I can't remember what the last thing that happened was.
The last thing was that Katsuki started acting really weird. We had 2 Katsukis on screen and another one downstairs.
yeah.
It was triple Katsuki time.
We had triple Katsuki, yeah.
Yeah.
And Akaro has silencer shoes. Yeah, Akaro could be anywhere at any moment because he's moves silently. He's like a ninja. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a timeline where Katsuki died instead of Shiroya or Mia? If there is, we have not seen it. We've seen 2 Shiroya timelines and 1 Mia timeline.
There was a book that I read when I
Mm-hmm.
was I'm gonna say 7, but I was actually older. I was 7 years old, and I read a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles book. Okay, and at the very beginning of the book, they were hired to solve a mystery, and they went to this rich person's mansion, and they're there, and the rich person's butler was described as being able to move more silently than the Ninja Turtles because he was so trained in the art of moving around, and I was unbelievably angry that the butler was better than the Ninja Turtles at moving quietly, and I still remember that all those years later. And
Wow.
I was 7, so I'm allowed to be mad, and that's what the Akaro line made me think of last week.
He was quieter than the Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, quieter than the Ninja Turtles.
Yeah. Yeah.
A critic even then.
Is there a timeline where the cameraman that they don't acknowledge died instead of Mia? There's a timeline for everything, probably. There's hundreds of them being flung around. All right. Well, we have our assignments. I sent you your your
I got them.
assignment.
They're on my phone. I can see them.
They were a personal attack from How You. So thank
Uh-huh.
you, How You, for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, I really don't associate the Ninja Turtles with being stealthy. I think chat has a point.
Ooh, they're ninjas.
Do we see them being stealthy sort of ninjas though?
Yeah.
Do we?
Yeah.
Oh,
They
okay.
jump. Yeah.
Okay. I can't remember a single Ninja Turtles episode, or was it a TV show? I can't remember ever watching the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So I'm just talking completely out of my ass.
Wow. In the UK, they were called the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. So
Oh.
they weren't ninjas in the UK apparently.
So they weren't stealthy in the UK.
Apparently not. Yeah. Apparently. Yeah. But
This
yeah.
is
Balder was about to start that. Yeah. Yeah.
this is my first Sekimeiya stream, and all I know is there's a white-haired boy who likes men, so I'm excited. We'll see about that. Can you name the turtles? I know that one is called Raphael and one is called Michelangelo, and maybe one is called Leonardo, but I think there's 4, and I don't know the other one.
Donatello.
Okay.
Donat.
Whoa.
Donatello. Donatello. The second worst one. Yeah.
What's the
Donatello.
worst one? Who's the worst one?
Michelangelo. He's just
Who?
annoying.
Mm.
Yeah. He's annoying.
Okay. All right. My bad.
Cowabunga.
Yeah, cowabunga, dude. All right.
Cowabunga.
Do you want me to take narration, or are you feeling in
Oh
a
yeah, we're
narrative mood?
reading. Yeah,
We are reading.
Go
Yeah.
for yeah. Go go.
I'll do
Go
it.
for it.
I'll
Go
do
for
it.
it. Yeah,
Okay,
go
Chad
for it,
is
yeah.
voting best Ninja Turtle. Who should I vote for?
Leonardo.
Okay, I'll vote for Leonardo, even though nobody else has so far.
It's Leonardo, then Raphael, then Donatello, then Michelangelo. That is the Ninja Turtle ranking.
That is an almost perfect reversal of where the poll was when you said it. That's pretty good.
Fucking hell.
Wow.
Caps is calling me vanilla.
Hey Mouse, I finally caught the Sekimeiya stream. I love the story so far. Also, it's really fun to hear you theorizing alongside Joe instead of holding back because of spoilers. Yeah, it's nice to take the fucking limiters off, isn't it? Oh my god. I felt so free when I went on the podcast. I think I'll do it again. Oh.
You can ask Joe who his favorite character is, and he'll say the protagonist. They're usually the ones that have the most time, okay? They're usually, yeah, that's the best bet. Yeah, yeah. Leonardo's personality is born. Okay, listen. I haven't watched a Ninja Turtle in over 25 years, okay? Like, this is not strong opinions. I just remember Leonardo was the best one to me. Donatello was just kind of, I don't know what we're talking about this. Let's read.
Okay.
I'm good.
All
I'm
right,
good. I'm
you're
locked
good.
in.
You're good. I'm
Yeah,
imagining
good.
your
I'm
hands
good.
off the keyboard. Like, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm
I'm
good.
good.
Like
Yeah,
standing
they are.
between you and chat.
They're resting on my stomach. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
Be nice, chat, or I won't put gay Sai on screen. Okay. Katsuki and I ran all the way down until we reached the second floor. Out of breath, he held the door to the offices open, and we entered the second one. He placed the Sekimeiya on the floor as instructed and stepped away from it.
Did the third Katsuki give him the Sekimeiya? I can't remember how he got the Sekimeiya now.
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It was, Katsuki handed himself the Sekimeiya and received it, which is the funniest phrasing in the VN so far, I think.
Oh, and he was also instructed to wait there, and if you hear this, do that. But if you don't hear that, then do something else. So
yeah, he was giving them the...
Yeah, not even he knows what timeline they're in. Okay.
Yep.
There's no way this can work. Whatever's about to happen.
Why not?
He didn't know she had died again. I had the idea that she could be saved by going to the past.
It's off the...
Yeah, I can't...
That is a cutoff. Here you go. This bugged for you too, like that, Pichetto? Oh no. Seki is louder than Joe? Well. All the people who told me that it's silent. How does it feel? Okay, anyway, here, you can read it from the search bar.
He didn't know she had died again. I had the idea that she could be saved by going to the past and hiding her since she wasn't found, but doesn't this mean that she'll end up here and be killed?
Well, whoever that Katsuki was, he knew more than we do, and when you told him we'd found her dead, he still said it would be fine.
That's true.
Okay. Her body disappeared from the lobby, even though we still remember it. Maybe that's what indicates that the past will be changed, so she doesn't die here either.
Would it work like this? It might. The proof that she's dead doesn't exist anymore.
There we go.
He can't just be a future self of mine. That wouldn't make any sense. The way he came to exist might be how he'll try to save Shiroya, but I have no idea what it could be. Dude is arguing with himself.
Yes, he is. We should be used to that by now. I heard a faint, deep sound.
That's the elevator, right? This is the first time.
Yeah, he said that he didn't have much time and was right in saying that the elevator would be used.
So we have to hear it 3 more times until we can leave.
The second time came immediately.
Oh, it went through twice because it was called and then used.
Where should the elevator have been?
It was in the attic the last time I checked. From the time I went there, if that was still the case, someone just went up.
That must be it. It's just like you said. Either the elevator would be used twice or someone would run up.
So he knew someone would go to the attic, but not how. I'm matching his pose, by the way. I'm in character.
Are you? Oh, me too, actually.
It will happen again. We're supposed to hear the elevator 2 more times. That means it'll end up in the attic again. He's invisible microphoning.
If you're saying that wasn't a future version of you, how is it possible he knew all this?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense, does it? The flow of time wouldn't work like that. It's impossible. Also, he told us to wait safely and get out of the tower. There's no way I'll be able to use the Sekimeiya once we're outside, and that still wouldn't make any sense. Nothing does. What do you mean there's no way? Dude has just decided a lot of things.
Yeah, he does love to decide things, doesn't he? He's right, but she's on the crystal floor alongside a third Katsuki. It can't be that the world was changed so that she never died, because that Katsuki was surprised to see her too. One of them was probably who went up to the attic, but what will come out of this? Will different versions of us remain? The other Katsuki didn't make it sound like that. I should have been dead. Why? I should be dead. Katsuki was right. I should be, but I'm not. It can't be that they were talking about that, can it? The answer had to revolve around the Sekimeiya's disappearance. Maybe, whenever that occurred, the changes made were applied to the world. It had teleported to the attic, so if nothing else happened, the state of the world would stay as it was. But there were so many things to iron out. 3 Katsukis existed at once. She had appeared out of nowhere in front of one of them. Not all the disappeared corpses had reappeared alive. Was everything really going to resolve itself if we buried our heads in the sand until we could leave the building?
And the Sekimeiya was in the attic. Did it teleport there, or did he unlock the cabinet with a key of his own?
I don't know, but I still have the keys. I should probably leave them somewhere before we get out.
Did we lock the cabinet the last time?
Oh, you're right. I said I'd go to the attic and we never locked it.
So he just brought it up.
In fact, the Sekimeiya had moved twice before. Irina and I had found it in a cabinet in room B4 next to Naomi's moved body. In the future, it was in one of the lockers, and it wasn't Naomi's. We'd never seen which one was Kate's, so it might have been his. It was all tied together. When I'd found the Sekimeiya in the staff room, there had been blood on the crystal floor. When Katsuki had seen that I was no longer sleeping, no yells had come from the opposite bedroom. But there was no way to make sense of it. Had the blood on the crystal floor disappeared at the same time as the Sekimeiya? Even if so, it was all far too volatile, and I didn't know what had happened while I was asleep. A very important question came to mind. In the bedroom, did you turn on the light? I'm so sorry to the people in chat who said that they're here for the first time because this is completely incomprehensible.
I've been here for every stream and I'm realizing I've forgotten some stuff. Like
Yeah,
I'm having trouble
same.
catching up. Yeah.
This is why I'm going back through it.
I feel like last stream a lot happened. I
Yeah.
think the week gap is starting to become a detriment, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Are we gonna start streaming Sekimeiya twice?
Maybe we have to toward the end. Okay, I'm trying to think like what it was. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Oh yes. Sorry, I didn't know you were there.
I mean later, when you were already above.
No, I didn't. I'm confused by what you mean. I came down, but it seemed like you weren't there because I couldn't hear you. I did turn on the light to confirm it, but you were already gone. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, sorry. I thought someone might have turned it on after you came.
I don't know. I didn't hear anything.
I see. What the hell then? I don't even know if turning off the light in the upper bedroom would have turned it off where I was anyway. This doesn't make any sense. Okay, so I think what they're trying to puzzle through here is when exactly these timelines are shifting, because there was the weird thing where she was upstairs. She went to sleep upstairs in the bedroom. She then heard someone go past her and go up above her, and then she heard Shiroya yelling in the other bedroom, right? Because Sai had locked her in. And so what she's trying to figure out is why could she hear that, but he never did.
Yeah, and someone turned the light on, which means that the light wasn't turned on. She just shifted into another reality where the light was already on.
Yeah. Okay.
So she did shift. Did he even shift upstairs with her? If that's the case, like maybe he didn't. So someone used Sekimeiya in the attic, and she was in range of it.
That's possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Presumably
so
Sai. Maybe.
But they're not in the loop timeline because they can hear the elevator. So.
Oh, the loop. I sat on one of the chairs. I couldn't, and I think our theory is this is the part where Shiroya is gonna come look inside this partition and see them in here and be like, "What the fuck," and just book it, right?
There was that one where we didn't see one of the things, right? Mia's also done that as well, and we still don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Loop timeline sounds like a slippery slope. Thank you, Rodney. I sat on one of the chairs. I couldn't be too frustrated. The outcome had already been guaranteed. We'd soon make it out, and she was probably going to magically revive. Oh, fuck. I should leave the keys somewhere before we get out, because they'll look at my purse. And there was one more thing that couldn't be found. Right, she's hiding something in her purse she doesn't want anybody to see.
Yeah.
It was fine. I just have to flush it down the toilet or something. I realized the contents of my purse could be seen where it was on the floor, so I slowly moved it aside. Wait, is it not here? I stared at my purse, baffled. Then I grabbed it and took the keys out. Yeah, I'll leave these somewhere. I'd rather not be asked about why I had them.
I'm sure it'd be fine anyway. I'm getting some shot ball killer vibes from Mia right now.
It wasn't there. In my purse were the key ring, the tickets we bought for the event, our identification, and our keys. Was it really taken while I was asleep? There's no way. Wait, no. I bet I know what happened. It disappeared, that's it. At some point, it disappeared from my purse and from this world. That's what's been happening. As Katsuki said, in this world, there's no remaining proof that she's dead. There was nothing else to care about. Knowing that, calmly waiting felt much more doable than before. You mean proof that she's dead?
She's hiding something that's is it like a piece of her? Like is it
maybe the necklace? The second necklace?
Oh.
There are timelines? There are almost certainly timelines, yes.
Why would she want to hide the second necklace?
I don't know.
That resonated with me when you said it. I'm like, that's a good call, but like, why would she?
I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why. It seems right, but I don't know why. I remained sitting on that chair, unable to hear anything beyond Katsuki's breathing. It was many minutes later when we heard the elevator for the third time.
There it is.
Let's see if we hear it again immediately. We did. Just a minute later, the fourth came.
All right, let's go. Hopefully nobody sees us.
I opened the door and Katsuki crouched to grab the Sekimeiya.
How the fuck can it be this hot? It hurts to even get my fingers close to it.
We heard an unexpected sound.
Oh, what?
We both listened more intently, and I could tell that we were hearing footsteps coming from the staircase leading down.
Wait, it should be fine, right?
Yeah, because you've never been wrong, Katsuki. What the fuck? What are you doing here? Sai saw me through the glass. Next to him was Akaro, even though his running hadn't been heard from inside.
Because of his silent stealth shoes, okay.
Sai is a ginger today to celebrate Piketto's birthday. Happy birthday, Piketto. Katsuki,
Happy
come
birthday.
here. I fucking see the Sekimeiya.
What did you do? You didn't stop on this floor, right?
Okay, you can be Akaro this time, but I think it's me the rest of the time.
I'm sorry. Huh?
Don't be stupid. He has the Sekimeiya. He probably used it.
Do you mean that I just took the elevator?
Holy shit, man. Will this attitude stop? Why were you waiting here? You knew we'd go up, right? Was your idea to make us chase you to then touch the Sekimeiya and wait here to sneak back down?
I didn't do any of that.
Oh, Mr. Sunrise, who did the Sekimeiya here, art, it says, I just saw the VOD from yesterday's stream, and I'm glad you enjoyed my Sekimeiya fan art. I had a lot of fun doing it. That was banger. That was banger fan art.
It was
That was
really
so
good.
funny.
It was really, really good.
Sorry, I'll stop disrupting this. I wanted to acknowledge that. He probably understood it. Another version of Katsuki had just used the elevator. That was why Sai was accusing him of touching the Sekimeiya. However, while he probably thought it was the version he'd spoken with, he was unaware of the other one who'd been on the crystal floor. What now, then? What were you planning to do with that Sekimeiya? As I thought, you're also in on this plan, right? Me? I don't even know what you're talking about. Even though fainter, we perceived the same sound. The elevator had just been used. That was the elevator, and I bet I know who that is.
Who?
Katsuki looked a little uncertain. There had been no mention of a fifth elevator sound. Who? The girl who I bet was supposed to meet with you two right now after you'd made it down from here with the Sekimeiya. It's unfortunate you were too incompetent to handle such a simple plan.
What? I'm being serious. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. What girl?
I'm not sure what the idea behind this is, really. Were you actually able to open the storeroom door?
Answer me. What girl?
What even was her name, Akaro? Shiroya, right? The sixth time came. The elevator passed through a floor as Katsuki's eyes widened. He understood it immediately. She was already present. Oh, fuck. She realized you hadn't come and went back up. Sai sprinted toward the third floor.
Wait, stop.
Akaro, go down and wait in front of the storeroom. It could have been sent empty. Akaro looked hesitant for a moment, but he followed Sai's order. In an instant, Katsuki and I were alone. What the hell? What do we do?
Oh. We should put the Sekimeiya in the cabinet and stay on the crystal floor. That's what we were told.
All right. We ran behind Akaro. I looked down and saw that there was still no blood on the floor or the staircase. What? On the floor below the elevator panel, there was a folded piece of paper. Katsuki and Akaro were ahead of me, so they didn't see me grabbing it and putting it in my purse. Did it not disappear after all? Oh, it's a piece of paper. Akaro was in the storeroom, but I just followed behind Katsuki, completely lost for words. How the hell had that made it there? The event room was empty. I opened the unlocked empty cabinet, and Katsuki left the Sekimeiya inside. That time, he didn't forget to lock it.
We left the Sekimeiya in the cabinet. We promise we don't know what you were talking about. Why did Sai say that it was Shiroya who taken the elevator? That's the girl who died.
So you remember now?
Did I not? Of course I do. She was in the elevator and then disappeared from the lobby.
That's right, but she was here just minutes ago and said she was going to the attic. That's why Sai believes you're responsible.
How many minutes ago?
I don't know, quite a few. And you were here too, with the Arena who disappeared.
The Arena who died?
Yes, she had her clothes caked with dried blood. You two took the elevator up just now. So the person who used the elevator the first time was her, and the second time it was Katsuki and Arena. I had met that version of Arena as well, and neither she nor Katsuki were the people we'd been with since that morning.
That wasn't me. I'm being serious.
He's right. We've been in the attic all this time and haven't seen anyone. That's not easy to believe. You were hiding in the offices with the Sekimeiya.
True. It wasn't us who brought the Sekimeiya up. We found it in the attic. We also weren't hiding in the offices. We were searching them before coming back down. He lied.
I don't know. I can't just assume you're lying after all that's happened. Yes, you can. Where are the others? Well, Kate should be in the security room, and I saw Arena and Dyla hadn't left the crystal room they were in. While Katsuki opened the door to the security room, I looked at the lobby. Naomi's corpse had returned there, and along with the policeman, they were lying on the floor in solitude. The wound on Naomi's head had stopped bleeding, so the pool below it had reached its limit. The status of the room had gone back to normal after changing continuously. Was that the version the outside world would see? I looked to my right and saw Kate lying back on his chair in front of all the powered-off screens.
Oh, it's you two. It's been a while. Yes, we just came back from the attic.
He wasn't dead below his desk, and it was clear he'd failed to fix the computer.
How's this going? I stopped a while ago. I have no idea what the issue is, so I'll need other people to look into it. I see.
When we opened the door in front, we saw the last two people. Isla was not lying face up inside a dark cabinet, but instead ogling one of the uncovered glass displays.
Oh, it's me. Hello.
Arena stood up after seeing the two of us. There was no blood on her clothes, and she seemed pretty tired.
Did something happen? Oh no, we weren't sure if you were still here. We've been here the whole time. That's good. The time is getting closer. You said the Arena covered in blood was here too?
Yeah, she and the girl, the two dead bodies that disappeared. For a second, I thought they'd been alive the whole time, but that couldn't be it.
Wait, is that it? Could it be that they were genuinely brought back to life? But no, if another version of me existed, it must be something completely different.
If that really wasn't you, then I'm really confused. Me too. According to him, that girl had been with us the entire day, since this morning. There was absolutely fucking nobody in the attic or anywhere. Really? Sai came from the stairs and entered the storeroom, all while I considered how strange that assertion was. Had he simply failed to find the others? Two different versions of Katsuki, the other Arena, and her, too. They all should have been there. Something else still didn't make sense either. The elevator had been used 2 more times after the 4th. We knew who had used it the first 4 times, and that everyone who should have been on the crystal floor was present. So who had taken the final 2 trips and gone above us? The door hasn't been open again. Where's the Sekimeiya?
This side seems like really early on in his timeline, don't you think?
Yeah.
This side doesn't seem to know what's going on. Yeah,
No.
okay. Do you want me to take narration for a bit?
Sure.
In the cabinet.
In the cabinet? Caro, don't you understand that their friend could be here? She could have taken it already. Hey, I did what you said.
Offended, Sai hurried to the event room. Akara explained to us what happened. That wasn't me, and we don't want to take it out of here again.
What did he say? That both of them were sleeping in the attic and found the Sekimeiya there. Then they came down searching through every floor until we saw them. Is that what we're supposed to believe? That the people who have the key to the cabinet conveniently found it where they were, and that instead of hurrying to bring it back, they looked through the entire building with it?
That's what happened. Did you really not find anyone? Aren't you the one who says that I took an elevator up?
Yeah, I'm only one person though, so I couldn't really search optimally. But it is possible there was nobody to find if the 3 people who should have been there merely traveled with the Sekimeiya, which, again, you happen to have.
I don't exactly know what happens. So, what is it that you're accusing me of?
I'm so sorry, I forgot. I'm accusing you of trying to execute a plan that might involve getting the Sekimeiya out of the tower, of lying openly, and of working with that girl you know who didn't get trapped with us.
I'm sorry, but I can't really take you seriously. I woke up a few minutes ago and have no idea what any of this is about. Since Akari was backing you up, I guess it's true that the 2 missing bodies reappeared, but it seems they're gone again, right? Arena is with Isla 2 rooms over, and she looks totally okay. Also, I already said that I don't want to take the Sekimeiya out of here again. Isn't this the timeline where the computer isn't working? Oh.
It's why we need a graph, man. It's why we need a graph. I'm telling you.
I thought the original timeline that they were in is a timeline where Arena was dead on the stairs and the computer wasn't working, but they could check the time with the BIOS. But now we're in a timeline where Arena isn't dead at the stairs and there's no blood, but also the bodies are back in the lobby, but the computer's still not working. So is that 3, or was the Arena dead on the stairs timeline a different one? No, there's 3. There's definitely 3.
Yeah, I mean,
Arena
there's
dead
3
on the stairs
timelines.
wasn't.
Yeah,
there's definitely we've definitely been a 3 in chapter 2. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sai approached Katsuki and touched his sleeves. Ooh.
It was working again, huh? Your shirt is burning.
No, it's just me. But we didn't activate it, and we never will. However, if it's true that I was here and said things that didn't make sense, you're right. I know that girl, Shiroya. She's an old friend of mine who died 2 weeks ago. I don't have any idea why she was here today or how that's possible. You just said that the storeroom door hasn't opened again, and the elevator was used 2 times, right? If it's true that they were here, they must still be, and I can guarantee it because we had the Sekimeiya and didn't use it. So we have to go find them. You were just one person looking around, so they could have dodged you. All of us together can find them. Then we'll work out exactly what happened. Let's go.
Let's go. Are you fucking serious? Now I'm sure. You're spewing an immense amount of bullshit out of that idiotic mouth of yours. I don't care how you did it, but you're right. They have to be here because the elevator was used again. I don't care if they traveled to the past or if they just avoided me. I had a theory ready that entailed Shiroya waiting for the elevator sound on the 2nd floor and activating the Sekimeiya so that you'd all travel. After all, what's most strange is that the Sekimeiya was on the 2nd floor right after you took the elevator up. With all the waiting, you probably had a somewhat thought-out plan ready. However, that hardly matters. What matters is you're not getting the chance to take the Sekimeiya out again. Did you think we'd all just go looking now? You're not moving from here.
And how will you enforce that?
Don't you think Akaro easily could? He's so big and strong.
He is so big and strong, yeah.
Rug.
Yeah.
Neither of you are leaving this room. Give me the keys, too.
I handed him the keyring, feigning a defeated face.
Whatever the fuck you had planned with that girl won't happen as long as we stay here.
Sai moved to hallway A and went to the storeroom.
It seems she didn't take the sole chance she had to escape. I'm not letting the storeroom out of my sight again, so the police will definitely catch this person who's supposedly dead. At least one of them must be here between Shiroya and Arena. However, it's probably both, and they're not going to show themselves. The best thing is that there's no need to search for them. The Sekimeiya is shut in here, so they can't activate it to escape. The storeroom is out of the question, too. They're basically trapped. Oh, poor Sai.
Yeah.
Poor, sweet, innocent Sai. It's currently 7:32. There's no need to search for them, but don't worry, they'll be found as soon as the police enter the building. If you really do want that, you're not opposed, right?
Oh no. I still think we should find them because I want to understand what happened. If we find them, you'll believe all that I'm saying.
I see. Then we'll go ahead and believe it after 9 o'clock when 2 versions of you are found.
If that's what you want, I'm fine with that too. I suppose we can wait here. There's not that much time left.
Precisely. I think that's for the best too.
It appeared it had been settled. After a few minutes, I was the first to sit on the floor, leaning on the dirty wall. Is this a new angle? Everyone in the room was silently on alert. Eventually, Sai's taunting attitude receded, and he started to look doubtful. Why are Rena and Isla just obsessed with staying in that room?
Little sus.
Did someone come from the future and say, whatever you do, don't leave this room? And she's like, okay. Like, I don't know. However, 9 o'clock kept approaching at a steady pace, and nobody seemed against that. I wanted to get rid of the note in my purse, but I couldn't go to the bathroom to flush it away. When no one was looking at me, I stuffed it inside one of my shoes. The police would probably search us after we left, so my purse wasn't a good place to hide it. I feel a choice coming on. Kate left the security room and was told we were waiting together. For the last stretch of the day, he entered the dim room with us to maintain our protection of the Sekimeiya. No matter what the truth was, our shared distrust was palpable. Anyone could have been lying the entire day. Perhaps after the police entered, we'd eventually learn all about what the people we'd gotten trapped with had done. I didn't think anything good would come of it. After all, there was a killer in the room. And it was me. Ooh.
Real quick, thank you Snipe Hunter 007 for the bits. Just like in Umineka, we need a sportscast analysis of how interesting each character is and a ranking of them. Oh god, I mean, I think Sai's the only one. I think, who's interesting besides Sai? Mia and Katsuki got a little more interesting, huh?
Mia is very interesting to me, but Saya is still the best.
Yeah. Saya. Okay, Saya. All right. Thank you, Outson, for resubbing. With sorry for being a fake fan. I just finished watching last week's VOD right now. Having missed the first 20 minutes, I'll probably just watch the VODs for this one. Hey, if it makes you feel better, I didn't know what the fuck was going on for the first 20 minutes, so I'm a fake fan too. Thank you, Zorgrox, for the bits. Have we ruled out the possibility that the strange, unknowable smell we keep finding is just someone farting and they're too embarrassed to talk about it? And thank you, Caps, for the bits to say insane bits message Zorgrox. That's true. Maybe the swapping timelines that the Sekimeiya does causes digestive problems. We don't know it's not true. Well, here we are.
Well. Is this me or you?
I believe this is you still. This is the narrator.
This is the O? Okay. Mia and Katsuki have been told by another Katsuki that as long as they stayed on the crystal floor, everything should turn out fine. The mystery behind the people who had gone to the attic, nobody could be certain what had happened to them. Were they still in the tower, or had Sai failed to find them because they had vanished? It was possible that they were waiting near the event room. If that was the case, they would be found by the police. A few of the people in the room had similar thoughts. Should the less suspicious among them look for the others while everyone else waited in the event room? Given the amount of time left, it sounded risky and unnecessary. But Mia kept thinking about one thing.
Karo can't be heard, but he can be smelled. Good. I can't stop thinking about searching the building again. I want to search the building.
I want to search the building again. I want to stay in the event room.
Are we still going? Are we still always going top first? Is that still the meta? Just one more search, please. Please, please, please.
Top always goes first. Yeah.
Please, please. Please, can I search the building, please? Okay.
As the time kept passing, Mia's conflict grew. The Katsuki they'd spoken with had said that if they stayed together on the crystal floor, everything would turn out to be fine. However, did that imply that if they were to scatter through the building, that guarantee would be voided? Who had taken the last elevator trip? How did that Katsuki plan to accomplish what he had said? Would anyone be found if they were to inspect every floor? Whoa.
Can't you see already that we weren't lying?
Mia spoke.
Someone must definitely be here. That's not a question. If you think we want to leave this room empty as we search, someone can just stay here.
Katsuki threw her a frown. They had managed to keep everyone together, so what was with that sudden input?
You didn't listen to me, did you? Neither of you will leave this room until the shutter opens. I'm sure there's a reason why you want us to look for whoever's here, and given what you just said, it might not be related to this room.
Angry Bird's back. What would that be? There's no harm in searching as long as someone stays behind. It can be you, if you want. Katsuki joined in, baiting the same reaction as before.
Stop it. We're not leaving. It's very late already, so there's no reason to at all. But I'm going alone. What? No, you...
Mia didn't give anyone a chance to object. She sprinted toward the hallway A door, and before a car had time to react, she ran to the stairs.
What the fuck? Stop! What the fuck are you doing?
Sai's voice didn't reach Mia, who had disappeared to the second floor. Everyone ran behind her, hesitant to go up, as her goal could have been to lure them away. Meanwhile, Katsuki was lost and began to feel a despicable anxiety building up. Why was Mia objecting to the only thing they had to do? What's happening? Irina peeked out of the crystal room after Sai had called the elevator. It's so weird that they're in there.
Irina, Irina, please, you and Isla stay in the event room. It's very important. Katsuki, you stop right here. I have no fucking idea what you're doing, but don't follow her.
Knowing he was going to be physically stopped, Katsuki ignored Sai and dashed up the stairs. In his mind, he only wanted to stop Mia and ensure that whatever she was doing didn't prove fatal.
What the fuck? You two follow him. Someone has to take the elevator. I'm doing it since I have the key to the attic.
On the second floor, a car on Kate found Katsuki inside the partitions. Mia had made it sound as if she'd wanted to search the whole building, so she could have been anywhere.
Katsuki, wait.
I won't wait. We have to find her. It's dangerous to be alone. Sai passed us by, so this is going to go quickly. It didn't seem like Katsuki was lying. Both Akaro and Kate thought that he genuinely wanted to find Mia as soon as possible. Aw, Sai would be so mad right now. If they were to fight over it and Mia and Katsuki had something planned, it was possible that fighting itself was what would allow it to succeed. The three of them moved one floor higher with the condition that Katsuki wouldn't be left alone. As long as the elevator wasn't used again, they were fairly certain that Mia wouldn't be the only person found. They knew it was very likely someone else was present on one of the floors. Katsuki and Akaro entered the three partitions of the third floor, but they were empty. I hiccuped. Oh no.
Oh no.
The same occurred one floor above. The fifth and sixth were desolate as well. It should have been settled then. There were at least 5 people in the attic. Mia, Sai, Shiroya, another Katsuki, and a mysterious 5th person. They approached the door to the attic, but someone came out of it first. It was Mia. When she saw the group, she stopped moving. As the three got closer, they saw there was blood on her forehead.
Oh?
What happened? Are you okay?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah, I think I might have lost my memory.
Ooh. Nobody responded. Instead, they waited, wanting to hear that it had been a joke. But that didn't happen. After a few silent seconds, Mia lowered her eyebrows.
I'm serious. I must have hit my head on these stairs.
She showed them what she was talking about. Just like they'd seen hours earlier on the crystal floor, the edge of one of the steps was covered in blood. Did you trip while running up then?
I said that I don't know. It must be my blood because it's fresh and I'm bleeding. Wait, are you really saying that you lost your memory? Yeah, do you think I'm joking?
Katsuki, what the hell is this? What? I have no idea. What exactly do you not remember? You know everyone here.
I said that I don't remember anything.
Nothing at all?
I think so.
You're joking. You hit your head and lost your memories like in a damn movie?
Yeah, memory loss is a real thing. And why are you all so defensive? Shouldn't you be worried?
Everyone was very hesitant, and even I, the narrator, I'm pissed off. Could she really have been telling the truth? The fresh blood on the stairs was unquestionable. So you don't remember anything in general? What about the date, or who we are?
Again, no. Where are we?
Ooh, answering that was too ridiculous. However, if she was lying, what was the purpose?
What is fucking happening right now?
They felt conflicted, but they had already noticed that Mia seemed different. She had never looked at them like that, and her words felt colder than before. Mask off. You're Mia. Do you not know that either? Katsuki spoke.
No, it's pretty strange. I don't know anything about myself, but I know how to speak. I suppose this is how this kind of memory loss works. You really can't be telling the truth. Joe knows this, but there is someone in my family who actually did have this kind of memory loss, and it was legit insane. Why not? Would I lie about this? My head does hurt a lot.
If you hit your head and you're not lying, it should be short-term memory loss, right? Everything should slowly come back to you soon.
I don't know. Where are we, though? Why is there a camera there?
I doubt that's recording. Do you know what Ashiya Tower is? That's where we are.
Not really, no.
It's a big building where we got trapped this morning for 12 hours. Do you not know any of that? There was an attack and the exit closed.
Oh, really? So we can't leave? Katsuki,
Oh shit, sorry.
Do you actually believe she's telling the truth? I am telling the truth. Is memory loss that rare? I don't think so, right?
I wonder what Sai will have to say about this. He should be in the attic.
Who's that?
Someone else we got trapped with, Arena and Isla too, who are on the lowest floor. It's almost time for the exit to open, so you have to go straight to the hospital. Nobody could believe that what they were hearing was real. The timing felt too coincidental, and they knew that Mia had run to the attic for a reason, intentionally going against what everyone else wanted. Do you think this might have anything to do with the Sekimeiya? A side effect or something?
Can't wait for Sai to be dead up there. The what?
Sai is totally dead. You really don't remember that either? What about the murders? You shouldn't be alone. Do you not remember Shiroya either?
Murders? Did someone die?
Yes, a killer is with us. An angry killer.
Really? And it could be anyone?
It's not so simple, but yes.
I see. Sai didn't take the elevator again, so he should still be in the attic. Maybe he found someone.
It's very possible.
Someone? Do you mean the killer?
I don't know. They stepped into the living room, but nothing could be heard. Since the elevator was there, they didn't want to make noise. The door to the hallway was open, so they peeked through it. Immediately, they saw something. One of the bedrooms was conspicuously open. Is Mia gonna attack them when they see? As soon as they looked inside, there were gasps. Sai's body lay facing down on the floor. His back had been pierced, apparently by the narrow hole in his shirt, which was soaked in blood.
Oh my god, no.
The four people stared at the scene with wide eyes. Sai had been killed. Kate slowly crouched to grab the keyring, which had fallen from Sai's pocket. Having it on his person was what had allowed his death. Then they ran to the living room. His killer must have been there, hidden in one of the rooms. They couldn't let them escape. Uh-huh.
You two wait here.
The young pair was left behind in the living room while Akaro and Kate looked through the rooms, their heartbeats hammering in their chests. Why do you think these scenes drop the POV? Is it to make them like distinct, or do you think there's a reason they're hiding something through it?
It's an interesting question. Like with the Psy Magic show one, we know that they did it in order to do the double fake out with Shiroya being on screen. I'm not quite sure why the other ones do it. I don't think they would all be this way as a setup for that, but I think it might be something similar. Like it does fuel that kind of misdirection. I think it exists in order to draw attention to the fact that the rest of the time everything is being filtered through somebody's perspective, maybe.
Yeah. Does this like is this meant to be a 0? The O with the non-smoking sign. Is the non-smoking sign ever like exhibiting any amount of personality?
No, this is listed in the search thingy as the creator, I think, or something. It's not, it doesn't exhibit a personality, but in this like just the theta symbol, is that what it's called? It did have that one where it was basically talking about how like certain things can't exist, and was basically explaining the bad ending concept, which was like the universe isn't allowed to exist in these ways, so it's correcting itself after these choices. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Katsuki's heart did the same thing as he slowly opened his mouth. Are you telling the truth? Why did you want to go to the attic? He had noticed something. When they'd all stepped into the living room, he had looked at the floor. There, he'd seen recent footprints going from the stairs to the hallway, and then back. He only wanted an explanation he could accept, but his question had hardly garnered a reaction.
Oh, sorry, Sarah said, just to check, did Katsuki mention to Memory Lost Mia that she came with him today? If he believes her, that seems like an important thing to include. I don't think so.
No, I don't think he did.
I don't think he did, no. It represents a null set? Okay, well then the narrator doesn't exist. Okay.
No.
Null.
Akaro and Kate confirmed that the elevator was present and empty. Very carefully, they looked at the storeroom and then walked to the kitchen. Lastly, only the 2 bedrooms remained. In the right one was Sai's lifeless body, but they couldn't find anyone else. Did they check the ladder? They must have. The last place was the mirrored opposite bedroom. Aside from its lack of a corpse, it was identical.
What?
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 Baffled, they walked back to the living room. There they saw Katsuki's dead body.
What? Huh?
Unlike Sai's, his body was facing the ceiling, but the same type of wound was present in his chest, blood rapidly flowing out of it. Neither of the men could believe what they were seeing. Was it her? Mia was nowhere to be found. Only after he had died did Katsuki's words begin to carry weight. In the end, they thought he really hadn't been working with her. And she slams her head against the wall. Memory lost again of the past 5 minutes. I don't know. Something's weird. Akaro and Kate couldn't move. A killer was near them, but where? Could it be that one of them had done it while they'd each looked at a different bedroom? I mean, no. No, Mia was the killer. They couldn't think of anything else. If another person had done it, she would have yelled. If she had run away, she probably would have been heard. Therefore, the only possible conclusion was that she had killed Katsuki and walked away. Why hadn't he yelled? Why? Such a question was irrelevant. If she had shown her true colors openly, everyone was in immense danger.
What?
Akaro approached the elevator, but he couldn't open its door.
It was brought down.
They knew they had to hurry, but it wasn't so simple. As they ran down the stairs, the fear continually caused them to stagger. At any moment, their lives could be extinguished. They were trapped with a killer who had a weapon and had gone almost 12 hours without being caught. Would they be able to get through the last stretch? An attack could have been waiting around any corner, but the thought of Irina and Isla pushed them onward. However, as they sped down the stairs, they were oblivious to the nightmarish yells that resounded at the bottom of the tower.
Arena, Isla, are you there?
They ran to the open door. Through it, they saw exactly the image they had tried to forbid from entering their minds. A mother and her daughter lay on the floor, their bodies no different from the two in the attic. Their torsos had been pierced and blood was slowly spreading across the floor. Why? There's no way.
Kitei, you have the keys, right?
What?
She must want everyone dead. We need to lock ourselves up somewhere, but get the Sekimeiya out. If we're attacked, we'll be able to escape by touching it.
Agreeing that was the best course of action, Kitei ran to the cabinet and unlocked it. Moments later, the hallway B door opened.
Do we get a sick, CG of Mia with a bloody knife? I would love that. Can we have a sick CG of Mia with a bloody knife? Nope.
Well, after a minute had gone by, a third body lay between Arena and Isla. It was a Karo's. It had been pierced multiple times in the stomach, and no trace of life dwelled in it. Next to the cabinet was the gray Sekimeiya.
Well,
when the time came, the shutter opened, and the police rushed into Ashia Tower. In the lobby was the first indication of the bloodbath that had transpired. Dead eyes watched the officers from the floor, inviting them to a hell of corridors and blood. Afterward, many more bodies were found.
what?
In the event room, Arena's, Isla's, and Akaro's. In hallway C, Mia's. On the first staircase, Kitei's. Close to them, thrown on the floor, was a screwdriver covered in more than one person's blood. Screwdriver? In the attic, Katsuki and Sai rested. All of them were dead. In addition, it was confirmed that all of them had died instantly. That meant that they couldn't have killed each other. However, the police raided the whole building and didn't find anyone else. Because before they had stepped into Ashia Tower, not a speck of life had existed within it.
What?
The gray Sekimeiya was found next to the cabinet and placed inside it. In the attic, hidden in a drawer in the kitchen, a playback device was found. Curiously, one of the officers pressed the play button, but nothing seemed to happen. After fiddling with it, he determined that it was broken, so he couldn't hear Maria's story. Shit. In the storeroom, the movable wall was discovered. When the police managed to open the door behind it, Sai's mark was removed. So then, what had happened? Who had killed everyone? Every single person who had gotten trapped in the tower had been attacked by someone else. An investigation went on for a very long time, but nobody had access to the swaths of information that they were missing.
Chad asked, was Shiroya included in the victim list? No, but Shiroya was already dead in this timeline, so she wouldn't be. Yeah.
So when a conclusion was reached, it was impossible to feel that the truth had been really found. The sudden bloody spree was the final mystery of December 15th, 2011, which eluded the grasp of everyone who tried to solve it.
Yeah, everyone is dead, so it had to be someone from a different timeline who did it.
Is that the right date? Was it December? I thought
It was
November.
Yeah. It was.
It was? Okay.
No, the
Reward.
flashback with the explosion was in November, I think. Reward.
Huh.
Yeah, I feel so rewarded.
Well, it had to be someone else from a different timeline that killed them then.
Yeah, it had to be, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that was interesting.
Something we don't like is gonna happen soon, I think.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I feel it lurking, and then someone told me that the real Seki filter hasn't happened yet, and I'm feeling impending doom. I'm feeling impending doom. I'm feeling the cliff. I'm feeling the cliff. I'm feeling end of chapter 2 is gonna be a high note, and then we're gonna have a cliff. Hallyu says it's not that bad. Trust. Have I ever been wrong? We do trust Hallyu. Do you want me to take narration for a bit? I went to stay in the event room. Stop listening to the Jad serpent.
Here I go stabbing again. Stab, 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 stab.
They didn't even say it in Jad's. Oh. That's a good point. Where was the tour guide in that ending? Oh, that's true. Where was Naomi? Oh. Oh, we
Oh
didn't have
yeah.
Naomi's
Wait.
body.
I thought no. Naomi's body was at the beginning with
Oh
the
yeah,
dead cop,
Naomi and
right?
the cop were in
Yeah.
the lobby. Yeah, they said that
Yeah.
they found additional bodies afterward. Yeah, they said they found additional bodies. So, but they didn't specify which bodies are in the lobby, but presumably Naomi and the cop, because they said that a couple of scenes before. Chapter 3 is entirely a flashback of an insufferable child Katsuki.
Like young Sheldon? What do you mean? Like that would be no. No.
But if
Chapter
it's
3 is entirely from Akaru's point of view. Oh, it's going to be a quick one then. Okay.
a loving render of the egg room actual events. Oh. Sorry, I'm just kind of vibing to the music, actually. All right, here we go. I didn't move from where I was. I only wanted to finally get out. However, when Sai had revealed the time, uncertainty had begun to creep in. It was 10 o'clock. 8 o'clock. It was 8 o'clock. I can tell time. The unbelievable day was coming to an end, but there was still something we were missing. The truth. We knew nothing about what had happened. Even though many of the strange things that had occurred felt at least theoretically possible to understand, when I tried to think about them, I couldn't. Maybe the problem was that I couldn't be sure if I was right about anything, but technically there was proof that untangling the day's events was possible. The existence of the Katsuki we'd talked to was inexplicable, but the fact that he'd known what would happen and told us of a certain outcome proved that the truth was attainable. Despite that, as the seconds ticked along, the answers I tried to reach changed more and more. What would happen to me? I looked up to try to believe that nothing would, but I had no way to know. At that moment, many people had to be on the other side of the shutter, and my parents were surely present among them. It was a given that we would be thoroughly questioned by the police and that an extensive investigation was to come. And lastly, by an enigmatic version of Katsuki, we'd been assured that she would somehow come back. It didn't make any sense, but I had started to care less and less about that. She was alive, and it didn't seem like the fact that she had died twice mattered much. She would come back and maybe bring an explanation with her. I'd never wished her any harm, but after her death, I'd realized her absence was simply better. I didn't want her back. God.
Whoa.
Damn, Mia. Holy shit.
Oh, God.
Wow. Wow. Just as I'd been fond of Katsuki since years in the past, I'd never liked her constant presence. The me from 2 weeks earlier had shrugged off her disappearance, and the me stuck in the tower couldn't even care about her imminent return. It was all tiresome. God.
Calling her death her disappearance?
Coming to the exhibit had ironically worked to bring her back, and it might have been for the better. Even though Katsuki had offered for me to stay with him temporarily, I'd never been sure he would have recovered without going to live with his parents. We had to accept we were leaving many questions behind, but there were plenty more in the outside world. Perhaps it wasn't a bad idea to consider finding a job somewhere else if I had the chance. I'd recently learned how much I despised acting differently than I felt, which was bound to persist if I didn't. Damn.
She's fucking evil. Like,
Little.
what's wrong with her?
Little.
Has she always been this way? Why were they friends with her?
I mean, it seems like she's good at masking, right?
God damn. What's the time?
It's 8:33. Katsuki, you wouldn't by chance have been telling the truth, would you?
I was.
Akaro, do you remember Irina? Do you think she had all her buttons? I didn't notice. Me neither. I didn't consider it. I think she might have had all of them, though.
I didn't lie about anything. You did, though.
If that's true, maybe we really should do what you proposed and go search again. You think so? Isn't it too late for that? It's unlikely anything else will happen if we just stay here. I suppose. When I looked at the rest, I noticed that I wasn't the only person feeling nervous. All of them had their own worries and doubts about what was coming. Was it freedom that awaited? What would the world do when it found out about the Sekimeiya's powers? The answers were approaching. Those last 20 minutes were holding the shutter in place. I was good at calming myself down, and that was all I could do. The only movement in the room came from Katsuki bouncing his leg. I closed my eyes, wanting to leave the smoke-stained walls behind as soon as possible. What was that? It's coming from the lobby. 5 minutes later, we heard a rough sound. Upon stepping into hallway A, it became clear the lobby was the source.
Wait, isn't that...
We walked to the door and opened it. What? It hasn't been 12 hours yet. The shutter was withdrawing. What? The friction producing the sound we'd heard. Nothing mattered anymore. The faint light of the night had begun to cross the smooth glass of the exit door. Is this...
Naomi?
Yeah. What?
Yeah. Naomi!
What's happening?
It's already time. Come on, Isla.
Perplexed, we stared at Naomi, who slowly raised herself off the floor. My God. She seemed to be in pain with a strong headache. As soon as she saw the blood below her, she understood it was hers and gasped.
Oh, you're okay? Didn't they check that body?
I thought so. The shutter retracted all the way. Behind the door, one of multiple dark silhouettes placed its hand on the handle. But before it opened, Naomi looked at all of us, her eyes driving stakes into our bodies. She opened her mouth, and her words were mixed with the sound of our freedom. You're a murderer! And you are behind this attack!
Okay.
Moonlight glanced off the floor of the lobby. 8 pairs of eyes saw the outside world unveiled to them again as the door they'd entered through reopened. At that instant, nothing else mattered. The icy air they'd longed for was in reach. It was time for Ashia Tower to be exposed. After that long day, the final result, the world's truth, had been decided. Many policemen rushed inside the vast lobby. They saw a group of people next to a door, but there was a more pressing matter. Lying on the floor was a man wearing their own uniform. That juxtaposition of life and death signified the end of the Sekimeiya's play. For one side, it was time to gather questions. For the other, it was time to let them go. Everyone was taken outside, where they saw the stars had always been above them. But it was soon understood that the events of that day held uncountable mysteries. The entire building was raided and nobody else was found. The Sekimeiya, believed to be the target of the attack, hadn't been taken. A secret door existed in the storeroom, which they were sure the deceased policeman had gone through. However, it was locked. To most of the 8 witnesses, that was of no consequence. They had no choice but to value their freedom, and they didn't hold the keys to enough questions. Safely escaping a killer's reach had to be enough for them. Monetary compensation was given to some due to Ashia's reckless security measures. Others were held accountable for potential crimes such as murder and theft. None of those 8 would ever have the chance to fully learn what had happened that day in the tower. They were aware of the Sekimeiya's powers. However, only 2 people spoke of them. Naturally, their statements were ridiculed and interpreted as a laughable, coordinated attempt at cover. In the distant future, the Sekimeiya would return to the tower. Against the unbelievable claims of the guilty parties, no visitor's touch would allow a travel through time. Oh, from then onward, the Sekimeiya would stay in the special cabinet, symbolizing Zin's failure. There was a lingering question within 2 of the survivors, one isolated from the simple curiosity of the outside world. It entailed the veracity of some words they'd heard. Everything should turn out fine.
Sacrificial timeline, I guess. Not every timeline. Yeah. Okay, sorry. There's more.
Almost 4 days had passed, but it didn't feel that long. It felt to them as if that promise had been made mere hours ago. Had it already turned out to be false? It was impossible to know. Had those words truly been said? That too was impossible to know. Then they learned. They understood that they had been aided. Who had it been? A divine presence? There was nobody to thank, so their gratefulness didn't reach anyone, but they knew that entity existed and that it had made possible the bright future ahead. Katsuki's phone rang. On the screen, he saw a name he thought he'd never read again. He picked up as quickly as possible, and he heard a voice he thought he'd never hear again. Katsuki, what the hell happened to me? Happy ending?
Happy Halloween!
Happy Halloween!
I love that I Love Men is on the screen.
Yeah. 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 Congrats, you can now play as Sai. God, I wish. God, I wish.
Okay, so that confirmed that the door in the storeroom does go outside.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the only thing, the big thing that was confirmed there for me. Yeah, all right. Oh shit.
Oh shit.
They don't know that it was you that was the Sekimeiya, Mr. President. A handful of police cars had gathered at the entrance of Ashia Tower, ensuring complete isolation of the inside. That had gone on for hours, and I don't know why I just took over. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Sorry.
Yeah, go for
And
it. That was a lot.
Ushibana's citizens had continually extended the crowd behind the authorities. 13 police officers stood in front of them like sentinels.
13 sentinels, huh? 13 sentinels,
Whoa!
huh? Wow.
Is that a reference?
Yeah, I think it's a reference.
Didn't this come out before 13 Sentinels? Was 13 Sentinels a reference to this? A thick layer of metal had been covering the door of the building all day, and it had been many hours since communication with the inside had suddenly cut off. Next to the blocked entrance stood the people in charge of the operation. Surupo was told the time. In less than 20 minutes, the blockade would open. They had prepared for all possible outcomes, so they decided just to open it sooner. Yeah, I guess so. Unless this is a different timeline. Surupo had been there since the previous night, withstanding the constant noise of the curious and alarmed citizens and trying to converse with the stubborn Ashia representative who had shown up in the morning. After breathing deeply, he approached one of the police cars.
Hano, have you seen Vaisude recently?
The policeman under Surupo's orders frowned, realizing that he hadn't actually seen Vaisude in hours. That's the cop?
Vaisude?
I haven't. Did something happen to him?
He was in his car earlier, but I haven't managed to get in touch with him since. I saw he wasn't waiting in the car, and he didn't pick up when I tried to call him.
Kano looked through his left window toward the car Vaisude had been in. It was next to the tower's entrance, and as he'd been told, nobody could be seen through its open windows. I apologize, but I don't know what he went to do. I haven't spoken to him all day. Surupo walked away slowly, a little concerned. Days prior, Vaisude had been insistent in saying that an attack would occur on the morning of the 15th. However, he'd also kept saying that it was a hunch and that he didn't have proof of it. Furthermore, after their talk, Vaisude had told Surupo that he wouldn't come to work again. He wasn't directly under Surupo's command, but he knew Surupo had been in charge of Ashia and Zin's confrontation, and that he knew about its details more than his actual boss. Okay, that was a weird way of saying that. On the morning of the 15th, 2 more police teams had been sent to Ashia Tower to take control of the situation after the attack. At that time, Surupo had seen Vaisude in the team he'd always been part of. Surupo knew he might have had valuable information, having correctly foreseen the attack. However, in the past, he hadn't provided any, so Surupo hadn't prioritized going to question him. Later on, when he'd looked, he'd been unable to find Vaisude. After talking to his colleagues, they'd all claimed not to know his whereabouts either.
Weird.
Surupo was indecisive. If Vaisude had known about Zin's attack, why had he only warned them warned them that it would occur? He hadn't accomplished anything, as it had already been a well-known possibility. And even if he'd been involved with Zin in some way, the same question had to be asked. His disappearance was suspicious. Had he gone off to act as a part of their plan, or had something happened to him? At no point had he told anyone about it, and nobody had seen him leaving. Confident that those questions would be answered in the future, Surupo walked back to the shutter to continue waiting for 9:04 when the entrance would open. Wait, what? That's weird. Near the back of the crowd, standing off by herself, was a lone blonde woman in a heavy coat. She repeatedly twisted a lock of her hair in one hand, murmuring quietly to herself as the people nearby continued their own louder musings.
The smell around here, I wonder what's causing it. You can barely tell it's there, but it's persistent. Is it related? Oh.
The conversation nearby turned to the topic of Zin and their potential involvement. She went quiet, listening intently for any clues, but it was all information she'd heard within the past few minutes, regurgitated once again. Her left foot tapped an unconscious rhythm on the ground. She wasn't sure how she'd gotten involved in the events around the tower, but once she realized something unnatural was occurring, she couldn't ignore it. Curiosity drove her to appear outside, in spite of the persistent crowd of bored townspeople. Serpo turned back, surveying the crowd once more. In the darkness, her blonde hair and slight fidgeting stood out. His caution getting the better of him, he decided to approach, as she wasn't a resident of the town he'd ever seen before. It's not Naomi? Like, the pointing out her hair. Hmm.
Excuse me, would you be able to answer a couple of questions for me? Hello? Do you mean me, maybe? Yes. How long have you been here? Only a little while, maybe an hour. I was curious about the tower. What's happening inside? Like everyone else here is, of course.
A thin film of sweat formed on her forehead. It wasn't the first time she'd been questioned by a police officer, but being singled out still made her nervous. Within her coat, she rubbed her arms.
And your name? I guess it's you.
It's Laurel's. Just Laurel's is fine. I know it sounds odd, but it's normal where I'm from, I promise. What?
Laurels? I look at these names and I think they're probably references to things I don't recognize. Laurels, Larlas.
Why is she O? Serpo couldn't
O stands
place
for
her
other.
accent. Oh, okay. Serpo couldn't place her accent. It had a particular sound to it that he'd never heard before, not even from any kind of shows or songs. Oh, big time future.
Big time future. Would you happen to have any form of identification on you?
Am I being detained? Trembling like a leaf in the chilly winter breeze, Laurels withdrew an object from her interior coat pocket and tapped it a few times. She opened and presented it to Serpo, but her hand shook so thoroughly that he couldn't read it.
August says, according to the Doctor Who wiki, Laurels was a Grigori from the planet Grigori.
Oh, shit.
Wow. The TARDIS.wiki, huh? Wow. Look at her. Okay. That'd be unpronounceable in Japanese. Oh, yeah. Laru. I wouldn't even want to try. Yeah.
Laurel's Doctor Who?
This.
From the planet. I don't think I've seen that episode.
I definitely haven't.
Okay. Gently removing it from her grip, he took a closer look and flipped through it. A passport, completely valid, as far as he could tell, with nothing remotely questionable about it. Her name matched what she claimed. Nodding slightly, Serpo handed it back to her. Instead of stowing it in her back pocket, Laurels began to tap a consistent beat on it, trying to calm her nerves.
She's not in an episode? What do you mean? So she's just...
Novels.
Exists? Okay, whatever.
Yeah, the books.
Did you just move here?
I'm here on business, official business, time business. The tower was big news and it reminded me of one back where I'm from. That, and it seemed strange.
Strange how?
Well, everyone's talking about it, right? How strange it is for people to be trapped inside. I'm only in town for a little while. I can leave if you think I'm suspicious. Serpo arched an eyebrow. She was certainly suspicious, but not in the way that a Zin plant would be. She was too obvious and clearly harmless in his eyes, which, probably means that she is it, yeah. It's the most confusing thing I've ever seen. Why can't it be opened? I've been here a few times now and nothing seemed out of place, but today there's a big event and no explaining it. Do the police know anything? Everyone around here is clueless like me.
I can't get into what we know and don't know in detail. I'm sure you understand.
Of course, yes, but don't you think there has to be some kind of supernatural component? Like, maybe everyone inside time traveled and now they're in the past at a time when nobody else is inside. Do we even know they're still in there? There's no way to see inside, right?
What did you get this from a closed shutter? What do you mean?
Yeah. Serpo blinked in disbelief. She claimed to be in Yushibana on some kind of business, but he didn't believe that. Her bringing up an outlandish topic like time travel most likely meant she was with with some kind of magazine or news company and trying to bait readers.
Where did you get this idea from?
It was someone in the crowd who mentioned it, and I thought it made a lot of sense. Still wary, she gestured indiscriminately at the people around the building. They had formed small, isolated bubbles in places, continuing to increase in volume as the time approached.
I see. Have you noticed anyone around here doing anything questionable? Or what about them disappearing?
It was Surupo's subtle way of discerning if she'd seen Vaisude recently. He was still concerned about his location. No, sir. Sorry to say. If I had seen anything out of place, I would have told all of you immediately. Promise. I don't want to get in your way at all. Only find out the truth. At that moment, Laurels received a summons she could not ignore. She had known her time was short, but not that she wouldn't be able to even see the conclusion of the tower's mystery. What the fuck? Actually, I just got a call. I have to be going. Sorry, but would you mind if I took my leave? Serpo sighed. Shannon pulled out a phone to check a call. He was no closer to an answer than he had been a few minutes ago, and he didn't expect such sudden excuses. Mentally, he made a note to check into her identity later, just in case his intuition was wrong, but she seemed unreliable at best.
Well, thank you for your time. If you notice anything later on, please feel free to let us know.
Serpo returned to his position. Laurels fidgeted slightly, unsure that he had believed her. She didn't have any desire to confuse the locals and desperately wanted to see the shutter open. It was too unique for her to ignore. But she was out of time. She couldn't afford to stay any longer. Sighing in resignation, she turned away from the building and began to walk. She had hoped that there was enough time to satisfy her curiosity, but it was inevitable. Laurels made a promise to herself. Whenever she got the opportunity, she would return and determine the truth of that day with her own eyes. She couldn't get into the tower normally, but with enough preparation, it could be done. Resolving herself, she vanished into the night. Literally.
This is you again, apparently?
This is Laurels?
Maybe.
I thought she was blonde.
I guess this is someone else. Someone new.
Remember what I said. One of the people inside is a terrorist who will try something to steal the Sekimeiya. Any of the people here could be their comrade, and you must prioritize keeping their plan from succeeding.
You could stop saying that. I'm well aware of what could be going on.
Oh, it's another person named L. Okay. Lei?
Leia, I guess.
Lei wasn't a blood relative of Shia, but she'd been sent as a representative, speaking on their behalf, and had been giving the police any essential information. Why does she get art?
I don't know.
From the get-go, she had stated that the process of stealing the Sekimeiya was underway despite Ashia's public declarations, which were that Zin's plan had immediately failed. It was almost 9 o'clock, and the winter sky had long ago darkened, bringing a sheer cold to everyone who kept waiting to witness the resolution of a long day. The smell again. What the hell is it? Surupo wasn't sure either. Throughout the whole day, they'd sporadically noticed a strange smell next to the tower. However, they hadn't been able to identify its source, nor the smell itself.
Lays of pee. Thank you.
The lays of pee. It's the smell of friction as it travels through time in different dimensions. Yep. Yep. The shuffling of the Jenga tower. 9 o'clock came. The crowd was kept back by the group of policemen in front of the tower, but even the officials were partially curious how the shutter would withdraw. Speculation hadn't stopped. The widespread belief was that everything had been part of Zin's plan and Ashia had no way of stopping it. However, nobody could agree on how Zin would actually do it. Multiple groups of those with similar views formed the crowds outside the tower. On one side was the simply curious portion. On the other, the older citizens were eagerly awaiting Ashia's defeat and voicing their harsh thoughts on the family. It had become known that the exit was going to remain closed for 12 hours, and although the police had kept quiet, something had seemingly caused disorder among them less than an hour after the attack. Additionally, the names of the trapped people had been released, but nobody had seen or heard of any of their relatives waiting outside for them. That's weird. When the police stood up, everyone knew the time had come, and the flash of some cameras started to illuminate the dark exterior of the tower. The last minutes were quiet. The police had been exchanging words, but they were too far from the crowd to be heard. It's going to be empty inside. Will this be enough people to apprehend everyone? We don't want something funny occurring.
That's not a concern. Nobody will have a way to sneak anything out.
There were only a few seconds left. Nobody knew the exact time the shutter had closed, but they had determined it had been right about 9:04. That's why, okay. Finally, letting out a loud and hoarse noise, the heavy shutter began to rise until it fully disappeared from view. At the same time, some people in the crowd began to point up, where the same thing was happening to the covered windows. The door wasn't blocked anymore, and the bright lobby could be seen through it. Immediately, the policeman rushed in while Siripo's expectations remained unmet. He'd been continuously told that someone would try to exit immediately with the Sekimeiya and that they would need to be hastily detained. However, nobody could be seen inside. What the fuck is this? Before they could step into the tower, the team who'd rushed in was instantly taken aback, making brief eye contact with the confused multitude outside while covering their noses and grimacing.
What's wrong?
There's something inside. It could be dangerous. Everyone who'd stayed next to the door understood immediately. After it opened, it hadn't taken much time for the smell they'd been noticing to drastically intensify. That confirmed it had been coming from within the tower, something they had previously discounted. 12 hours earlier, unidentified smoke had been released on the first floor of the tower. Right away, the possibility of it being poisonous had been presented. However, they'd abandoned it as soon as the safety of the trapped individuals had been confirmed less than an hour later. Oh! This is timeline 1.
Yeah, this is when he talked to them. Yeah.
Yeah. Nonetheless, they prepared equipment, such as masks, just to be careful. When they rushed to grab their equipment, the crowd began to show concern for the 8 people trapped, whose figures hadn't yet appeared. I knew it. Didn't I tell you they were planning something? You all better not let them get away with whatever they're trying to do. Everyone had retreated from the entrance as soon as it had been perceived as dangerous. That could well have been an opening for someone inside to escape, but no such thing occurred. From a truck, the police took out protective suits alongside an optical gas imaging camera. As whatever had hit their noses had been invisible, the team ran back to the lobby and scanned the area with it. Do you want to take over? I've been reading for a while.
Yeah, sure.
I feel bad that you're
No,
just
you're
sitting
okay.
quietly. Look, there's definitely something inside.
Everyone who looked at the image saw what appeared to be a very dense gas occupying the entire hall. It looked white in the image, and it seemed to completely lack a source. The people in the back could see every movement, and they understood that the situation was being communicated through wireless devices. Gas was unidentified, but they'd all inhaled some of it. However, even if it was toxic, the masks and suits would work as protection. Knowing that, the same team who tried to enter did so once again, hiding their faces behind the protective filters.
Look for the Sekimeiya in the cabinet. If it's empty, finding the Sekimeiya is the priority.
Lei had informed them of how the Sekimeiya looked and the necessity for cold temperature. Interesting. Everyone who'd entered knew that the Sekimeiya had to be immediately placed inside the cabinet, but after the precarious situation had been revealed, their focus was to secure everyone inside.
Hey, look!
5 people had entered. Before they could disperse through the building, one alerted the others and pointed at the floor. There they saw dried blood. Not a single soul was in the lobby awaiting their escape. There was only blood. A foreboding emotion ate at the edges of the men who'd gone in first. While everyone else waited impatiently, those 5 officers began to scatter, opening every room and trying to uncover every unseen spot. They knew the layout of the building and had been given a way to enter every place that could be locked. One man confirmed that the mechanical room was barren and rushed back up to enter hallway B, its walls nearly as dark. There, an old friend of his frantically tried to find the people who should have been trapped inside. A great deal of blood was on the floor toward the end of the hallway, which only compounded the officer's uneasiness. When he entered one of the crystal rooms on the right side, he saw the first person stopped in place, turning around to confirm with the man behind him that what he was seeing was real. In the opposite hallway was a longer trail of blood. The security room was the first place to be opened, so they didn't have to wait long to have their fears confirmed. Then, in a deeper room, they saw an even more wretched nightmare. However, when one of the bathrooms was opened, any comprehension they had instantly shattered. They walked up the first staircase and saw a person standing there. It was a girl with blue hair who looked a little disoriented. Everyone rushed to her and confirmed her safety. Instead of hammering her with questions, being under the impression the gas could have been toxic, one of the men escorted her to the lobby where she was hit by the air she'd been longing for. The search continued as more people were yet to be found. However, when the police reached the attic's door, there had been no new discovery. One of them had been given that key after pressuring Ashia. Once the highest level of the tower was unlocked, they rushed inside. Less than half a minute was needed to understand that 3 people were missing. However, even though they hadn't found anyone in the attic, they had spotted something else they'd been searching for. The entrance had been closed again to prevent the gas from escaping, and every bystander had shifted farther back after being informed of the possible danger. Saripo continued to wait for the arrival of his team, the only sound being the confused muttering of the crowd. At his side, Lei was visibly tense. One of their men appeared from hallway A with a girl who seemed to be in pain. "Are you okay?" Saripo asked. The girl nodded faintly and looked away from him. "What's your name?" "Shiroya." "I see. I'm really sorry you had to go through this." But the other policeman glared at Saripo, who didn't know what else was inside. Then he walked to a car with Shiroya where the 8 people trapped inside were planned to be held. After 5 minutes of no development, a second policeman came back. Outside, he took his mask off, and the look in his eyes was enough to convey what he'd seen.
Okay, so this is the doors opening in the first timeline, but that didn't happen at the end of
Yeah.
our version of that. So
Yeah.
did they shift to a different timeline at the end there? But Shiroi is the only one here. They're definitely seeing the double Naomis. Who else was that in this timeline?
I mean, it's
Fourth.
also possible they talked to the cop in the other Shiroya timeline as well.
Yeah, it's also possible. But
Although Kate wasn't there to help with the computer.
It seems that all the blood matches. The blood on the stairs was when he hurt his arm.
Mm.
Naomi is dead in the bathroom, but also dead in the other room.
Yep.
So there's 4 of them are dead. Who are the other 2 that were dead? Isla and Kate. Kate's dead in the security room.
Yeah.
Okay. So Akaro, Sai, and Katsuki are the ones that are missing.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for being on top of that, because I sure wasn't. Did you read this? Sorry.
Where did they go? What about Arena? Oh yeah, what about Arena? That's true.
Yeah.
Arena wasn't dead.
Karo, Arena, and Sai are in Katsuki?
4 of them are dead. Okay, so if Naomi's dead twice, right? And someone else is dead, who's the other person that could be dead? Was Arena dead in that timeline in chapter 1?
I don't know.
I can't remember now. Okay. 4 of them are dead. Counting everyone, there should be 3 left. Okay, maybe they don't know that there's another person in here then. I guess, yeah. That's probably it. There's an extra person.
What?
They were killed, but the others aren't anywhere inside. We haven't found the other 3 people who should be here. Are you fucking serious? What about the Sekimeiya? Don't worry about that.
He explained that in the attic, they'd found an egg-shaped white object that matched the Sekimeiya's description. Then it had been brought to the cabinet downstairs as instructed.
Then someone got into the cabinet. This plan definitely revolved around the Sekimeiya, but it failed. That has to be it.
Lei looked relieved despite having been told about 4 casualties. However, Saripo still hadn't understood his subordinate. How is it possible the other 3 haven't been found? Are you sure you searched everywhere?
Yes. Did you personally speak with all of them?
I did. They all told me their names. They have to be inside. 2 more policemen came from the hallways and reported the same result. However, one of them inquired about something different.
Sorry, 1 second. Sorry to dwell on this. So,
You're okay.
of all the people that were there, right? That were spoke to them, they think there's 8 people in here, but there's actually 9, right? Does Naomi count?
I don't know if Naomi counts, but presumably they just found Naomi's body twice.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the end of chapter 1, Arena was sitting in the lobby with Katsuki, Sai, and Shiroya. Yeah, that's right. So the 3 living people were Arena, Katsuki, and Sai, besides Shiroya.
Who's the only one that wasn't there then and gave their name to the cop on when they were speaking?
Kate was there. Give me the name of everyone present. So Naomi, Kate, Arena, Isla, Akaro, Katsuki, Shiroya, Sai.
How many is that? Can we count? Sorry, 1 second. So
Sai, Naomi,
Shiroya. Sorry,
Shiroya,
Sai, Naomi, Shiroya.
Katsuki, Akaro, Arena, Ayla, and Kise. That's 8.
8.
Did they say 4 is dead, 3 remains? I think they mean that Shiroya is also in the car. So,
That's 8. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 3 missing. So no one extra then.
So I think what might be happening here is they found 4 bodies, but 2 of them are the same bodies. So they think that there's still 3 people on the run, but there's actually 4.
Okay. That must be it then.
I think that's what's going on. Yeah.
Okay. Or is it possible they could have escaped? I saw a door in the storeroom I wasn't aware of.
Austin Tom, do you think Ashia knows what the Sekimeiya is capable of? If so, do you think this is all meant to be a controlled test environment? I think they do because they know that it's meant to be kept cold. Like, I think they know since they're so insistent on it being kept cold. I don't think that they tell all of, like, the rank and file why it has to be kept cold, but they must know, right? Like, something must have happened. I don't know if this is a controlled test environment, but it would make sense for the building to be so fucking weird, but, like, the building pre-existed before the Sekimeiya, so I don't know.
Unless they've had the Sekimeiya for even longer
Yeah,
than that.
unless they lied about finding it, and they're just putting it up because they want to test Zin. Oh, I'm gonna have to think about Zin, aren't I? I was ignoring that.
It's definitely a Gremlins after midnight sort of situation. I don't know.
They told the rank and file something? Yeah, like they obviously told them not to touch it and not to get it warm.
That's a big risk.
Oh.
That would explain why the shutters are completely and utterly impervious to escape.
Yeah.
Yeah. So weird. So weird.
It's really weird. Alright. Did you read this? Sorry. I don't know what we're
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay.
What the hell are you talking about?
The man told them about the movable wall and about the door with a missing handle. Instead of entering to witness it by themselves, they walked to the left side of the building and estimated where the storeroom might have been.
What the fuck is this?
After just a minute of searching, a faint outline had been found resembling a door. Furthermore, although it was exceptionally well hidden, they saw a keyhole that meshed perfectly with the surface of the wall. Oh. Wasn't it Kite who went on the rant about him finding Sekimeiya? Wasn't that just his lie? Kite did not say he found the Sekimeiya. Sai made up an insane conspiracy theory about how Kite was the one who found the Sekimeiya. So he didn't say it himself. Yeah. He did tell them a story about somebody finding the Sekimeiya. Like, one guy found the Sekimeiya and brought it to them, but it was Sai who said it was Kite himself.
There's no way this is a door. No such thing exists in the storeroom.
Saripo ignored her. There was obviously a door. However, it didn't explain anything. Nobody could have escaped through here. Very soon after the attack occurred, people started watching from both sides, and not just the civilians gathered out here, but also the police. Lei was astonished, as no such door should have existed. However, even though she couldn't trust that nobody could have escaped, she wasn't that concerned. After all, the well-being of the Sekimeiya had been confirmed. In the worst-case scenario, the Zin members had fled.
Okay, my brain immediately went to something crazy-ass, like Sekimeiya was used repeatedly to go back in time to change the architect plans to add a secret door just so they could use it later, and not even they know about, like, what the fuck
I'm right there with you, buddy.
Over multiple time travels back, like, Sai and Katsuki fucking knocked the wall down and built the door and built the secret passage. Like, what the fuck is going on? And given what I saw, nobody could have picked it, could have opened it from the outside. The handle had been removed, and there was no lock to pick. Oh, another removed handle. Their classic maneuver? No, there's no way this leads inside the tower. It's impossible. It's impossible. I wouldn't know about it.
We can determine that easily. The keyhole looked old, and Saripo believed that opening it without the key would be doable. If it was rusty or had been frozen, it could have been impossible. But if it was in a decent state, it shouldn't have taken him very long. He instructed his subordinate to run to his car, where he had a standard lock-picking set. Once he received it, Saripo began to fiddle with the lock, and quickly found that picking it was possible. The store is locked. We'd have to do this even if we had a handle. The other two looked at him, trying to suppress their own shivering. It wasn't from the cold alone. They'd learned that people had died, but also that some were missing. If the door led to a hidden room, the rest could have been inside. The major part of the crowd was occupied with looking at the entrance, so they didn't pay much attention to the people who'd gone to the left side of the building. After a few short minutes, the lock clicked and the door swung in.
There's no fucking way. How did I not know about this? And how could Zin?
The three of them saw the dark storeroom with the wall that the other policeman had closed, hiding the hallway door from view. It was truly the storeroom. The peculiar smell started to become prominent once again, so they rushed back out and walked to the main entrance, wondering if that door had truly been used as a method of escape. It seemed it hadn't been possible to open from the inside, but the handle could have been removed by the people who hadn't escaped or while the door had been open. Outside the front door, they saw the final man who'd entered the building. All of them confirmed the same story. 4 people had died and there was nobody else alive.
One of the victims is Naomi Kabka, who worked in the tower. However, 2 bodies that look exactly like her are inside. None of the people who got trapped share her last name, correct?
Saripo kept growing more confused and shook his head. 4 of the people he'd talked to in the morning had died, which he still had trouble accepting. What the hell had happened in the tower?
I took images of the inside. The gas is present practically around the entire building in different quantities, but I wasn't able to find a source for it.
What? How's that possible?
I also took pictures of the bodies.
Saripo remembered the voice of the child he'd heard at the start of that long day after looking at her face. Pictures also encompassed all the blood found in the hallways and elevator. 2 of the bodies had the same face and clothing, which was incredibly odd, as nothing like that had been mentioned during the brief period of communication with those inside. These bodies must be taken out. We don't know what happened or what this gas is, but it's in the entire building. A proper investigation might not be able to occur for a while with these circumstances. However, the security cameras have been recording since this all started. Save all the footage to a drive. The door had been closed again, but even then, they felt the smell was still present. They kept taking more steps back while the orders to analyze the gas were being sent.
This is great music for the scene, by the way.
Yeah. Saripo saw that one of his men was holding something. What's that?
Oh, it's something I found on the first floor. Take a look at it.
Saripo reached out and grabbed a tiny piece of paper. He began to read the words written on it out loud. Hello. I'm sorry that I have to write this. I still can't believe what happened. I haven't been able to stop crying, but I've always tried to tell myself that these things just occur. I know how selfish it is that I'm writing this, but I won't be able to live with myself if I don't. I need to say it. I've always wanted to, and I can't believe I never will. I love you. Everyone who heard Saripo was bewildered. And then, when they understood that the events of the day contained innumerably more mysteries than they'd expected, as their only wish, they hoped that all the truth could be exposed. Wow. We can break here in 5 minutes. Here's good. We've been live for an hour. 2 hours. Couple of hours. That's an interesting...
Chapter 3 start?
Apparently not.
No. Okay.
Maybe chapter 3 start. This is the better choice because this song is a banger. Yeah, we can pause here.
Oh, you get some ASMR snow falling effect for break too. That's nice.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Very VR chat right now. Incredible.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay,
Alright.
break time?
Break time. Be back in like 10 minutes. 10 minutes? I need tea. Hey, chat. I need to tell you about something though. I bought a thing that is like a silicone container, and if you put corn kernels into it, popcorn kernels into it, and put it into the microwave, it pops it like you normally would on the stovetop. It pops it. Silicone. Oh, also before I go on break, thank you Q for saying mouse. Do you think moisture can affect how the Sekimeiya works? Perhaps the display cabinet contains small moisture absorbing packets. Thank you very much. All right. Leaving again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're still here? You didn't need to stay for that.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You can go.
All right.
You can
I'm
go.
going then. I'm going.
I'm
gonna
muting
go to the
us. I'm
bathroom,
muting
getting a
us.
drink.
Hello again, chat.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Oh, thank you, Terraflop, for giving out 5 subs while I was gone. Sorry, I wasn't here to see that. I was on break. Thank you, Terraflop. I see Tep in chat. Hello, chat. Hello, Tep. Did I eat gel? Nope. 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 We here at the Hello It's Mouse channel do not endorse eating silica gel packets.
I agree with this message. We should not do this. Yeah.
Thank you. Not even as a treat. Literally 1984, yeah. Who was reading narration? Does the other person want to read it? I don't remember which of us it was.
It was you.
You want to take over for a bit then?
Sure. Right back into it. Here we go.
Here we go.
The sun had long ago set, already made a mistake, letting the sheer cold prevail in the streets of Yashibana. Near the outskirts, the moon and a few light posts provided the only illumination. It was late, and everyone around was preparing to end their day. Not one of them saw the figure of a young girl appearing by the entrance of a house below a stone roof. She found herself leaning against the cold wall and quickly looked down. Light snow was falling, but she was still able to discern some of the footprints she'd once left.
Chad is asking me to do my best hey hey in Chiaki's voice, but I don't know who that is. Who is that?
Hey, hey.
Who? Well, you did it, so that counts.
Yeah, try it.
No.
Jackie is a Danganronpa 2 character.
Okay, alright.
She's actually not a bad character as far as Danganronpa characters go. Next to the wheel marks, she knew that what she was seeing were the imprints of 3 different pairs of shoes. One trail was hers, and the other 2 belonged to 2 of her friends. She traced them with her eyes and followed them to a door in the middle of the street. Next to it was a modest window with a curtain concealing the interior. This is when the explosion happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Light was coming from the other side, but it was very faint. Without wasting time, she dashed to the door and opened it. She had appeared from the future. Instance earlier, she had been inside Ashia Tower on December 15th. It was 15 days before that time, so she knew what was soon to happen in the tiny store she'd hastily run to. At one point, her friend Katsuki had told her that it was possible to change the past. She firmly believed she could make it happen herself.
So this is probably Shiroya when she disappeared at the end of chapter 1.
It's gotta be Shiroya. Yeah. Mia wouldn't care, right?
And Mia doesn't give a shit.
She pulled open the door, planning to diverge the world from the one she knew. Her field of vision was filled by lingering smoke. Knowing not to breathe in, she glanced down as the door closed behind her. There, she saw the first 2 people who'd fallen unconscious. They had already escaped danger. She ran through the oppressive cloud and looked behind the stand of shelves. On the floor was her own body. She recalled the time she'd seen the smoke appearing and been unable to resist the loss of consciousness. She would be fine as well, so she stepped to the far side of the room. As she did so, she couldn't help but briefly breathe the polluted air. She was afraid it would knock her out, but instead she noticed something. It was the smell from that day, and she knew what it was. Behind the prominent stenches of the smoke and artificial gas, there was a third, hidden smell present all around the shop. It was a possibility she'd already explored, so it didn't come to a surprise to her, but there was no time to think as she looked behind the last set of shelves, the Sekimeiya. Huh. She saw the last person, her friend, Mia, was unconscious on the floor, facing the ceiling. Just behind her was a powered-off heater, silently emitting the deadly gas that had once ended her life. The range of the explosion would not be large, so saving her friend was doable, and she was confident she'd succeed. She kneeled and grabbed the shoulders of the unconscious girl, then she stepped back to drop her behind the shelves that would protect her. At that point, she was saved, but she kept moving back so that the soon-to-break floor wouldn't swallow her. Once she was absent from all danger, the girl stood up and looked at her past self. She didn't know the exact time, but her job hadn't ended yet. She stepped up to her own shoulders and grabbed them. After lifting herself, she began to back up. Then, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. She turned around. She didn't see the door opening because a wooden shelf was blocking her sight, but soon after she heard its sound, the lights turned off. There was no time to react. It's someone else coming back in time to change it as well. There's a lineup outside. During the instance before the light came back on, the girl closed her eyes and attempted to cover her face with her arms. Sigh, what the fuck are you doing? Did you really think you could come back here and change the past? You don't know what you're doing, you dumbass. The floor had shattered, and she found herself falling with the rubble, the deadly light shrinking within the familiar darkness.
Eating popcorn while your streamer boyfriend ASMR reads a visual novel to you?
Do you want me to move close to the microphone?
No. No.
How many pieces of popcorn do you have left? Is it only 10?
No.
No?
Go away. Chapter 3. We're on chapter 3. Chat, help.
December 15th, 2011.
Chat, help. Oh my god. Oh, we're back in the airport, baby.
What's this gonna be then? Who are we gonna be this time?
Kate. We're gonna be Shiroya.
Oh, we should be Shiroya. Yeah, we're gonna be Shiroya. Okay. We've been in front of the queue for a long time, looking at the dull wooden door that would soon open. I hope Shiroya also hates Katsuki. I looked behind me and noticed that a lot of people were waiting. The entrance kept opening, sending icy breezes toward my neck. I'd never seen the interior of Ishiya Tower before, and I never believed I'd ever enter it. The lobby felt empty despite all the people that had come due to the vast and dreary amount of space.
We don't know. So I'll just do it. I think it'll be time soon.
Whoa! Yeah, probably less than 20 minutes. Maybe we're some new third weird girl. I had my mind empty all day with no capacity to hold a conversation. Katsuki knew that and kept restlessly glancing around.
We'll find out all this time Shiroya was mostly thinking about South Africa. Oh no! Oh no!
Wait,
oh, no.
What?
Oh no! Oh no!
I hated the way I'd become and silently apologized for putting him through even more pain. It was early she likes him. It was early in the morning and we hadn't slept. Almost exhausted, I let my head drop and thoughtlessly stared at the floor.
That's way less fun.
Maybe she hates Mia. Ooh. During the previous week, I could hardly even claim to have been alive. The death of our friend had shaken me in a way I'd never expected.
Nope.
After lonesome months going over the most important decisions of my life, I considered Katsuki's call a breath of fresh air. What was the point in going to study abroad if it wasn't what I wanted the most? When I'd been at Katsuki's house, I'd felt embarrassed for not realizing before how straightforward the decision had always been.
We're actually seeing Sai's POV. He went back in time to kill Shiroya and Mia to become Katsuki's close friend. True.
But reality hit me way harder just the next day. I finally decided on something and it was rejected. Why had Mia died? It wasn't fair. The three of us were so happy that day, so why had it been Mia's last? Of course, anyone could die at any point. I'd heard those words many times, but I had never really understood them. What if I died instead? What if Katsuki had? Why was I so selfishly sad that my future wouldn't be as I'd believed during that day? At the very least, she had been unconscious. My thoughts were a mess, so I'd put what little willpower I had into keeping them blank. Otherwise, I'd keep replaying the span of time in which I'd awakened next to Katsuki and heard everything. It wasn't easy to accept that the previous 2 weeks had actually happened, but I already considered them the two worst of my life. I'd known Katsuki for many years, and the person next to me was just a cast-off shell of his. I'd never seen him look so depressed. However, despite the impact that everything had on me, I'd also been able to think positively. That was why we were in Ishiya Tower. We couldn't let Mia's death take us down too. The three of us had spoken about missing the old days, about how hard the summer months had been. Even though it was just the two of us, Katsuki and I had wanted to come to Ashiya's event. We wanted to overcome everything together. Together. But that wasn't fair. She didn't deserve that either. The mere thought of imagining a cheerful future without Mia was heartbreaking. She typically hadn't shown much emotion, but I knew she had a good heart. I hated that after her death, I regretted not speaking to her enough. I hated how little I'd known about her, despite how often the three of us had been together.
Oh, baby. Oh, honey.
Couldn't have been fair that I regretted that only because she had died, and that despite how broken I felt, the sadness her parents were experiencing didn't mean as much to me because I'd never talked to them. I knew how shallow and unreasonable some of my thoughts were, but that wasn't enough to put an end to them. Was I just selfish? I kept wondering if that was all.
You three are the first group, correct?
A woman had been talking about what we would do, and she was addressing us. Yes. After a long wait, Katsuki answered with a plain and quiet voice.
You had to do a whole monologue internally first. All right, then. Please follow me to the event room to be the first to see the Sekimeiya.
Right. That day, Ashiya were showcasing a new discovery. I couldn't feel the intrigue I'd once faintly had, so after the two people at my side went through the door, I followed behind them with slow steps. On the opposite side was a long corridor, vast and completely lacking in comfort. I didn't see where the others had gone, but a few of the doors were open. Are you feeling better?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about it.
I walked toward one of the doors, but it didn't seem like anyone was behind it. Do you regret coming? I turned around, saddened to hear that question.
You failed that one. You failed that one. You failed that one.
Only when you giggled. No.
Because I heard you inhale with your whole fucking chest. No, of course not. I'm seriously glad we're here. I mean it.
I didn't regret having come at all.
Alright.
The part of me that could feel it was really glad Katsuki was still at my side. I know how you feel, okay? It's the same for me. It doesn't help a lot to say it, but I don't want to see you sad.
I'm here because I want to be Katsuki. I'm okay. This is where I need to be right now. Sorry, I must look terrible.
Is this the dialogue we saw? Or is it different? There's no Kate, right?
I must look terrible. Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So it could be a different timeline and they just say the same things. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, this isn't something you need to apologize for. Nothing about this is your fault.
I'm not so sure. I wish I didn't have to be a drag for you right now.
Hey, come on. If you want to leave, we still can. Don't feel like you have to push yourself for my sake.
It's all right. Thank you. Let's continue, though. I was the one who wanted to come.
Okay. Sorry, I had Coke in my mouth. The woman called us from one of the rooms, and we shut ourselves inside it. Behind a velvet curtain was the gemstone we would be shown. After we introduced ourselves, we were told the basics behind its discovery and rarity, leading up to the cabinet containing it being unlocked. But as the curtain rose, something else did. A dense and dark smoke.
Okay, I felt that one.
What?
I felt that one. Sorry. Sorry.
Heads out of the gutter. Come on, let's go. Lock in. A dense and dark smoke filled my vision, and before I could realize that I should have held my breath, I fell to the floor.
Katsuki, what?
My heart went wild, but I couldn't move any other part of my body. My mind flashed the last time smoke could put me to sleep, and remembering what the outcome had been, I desperately tried to resist the urge to close my eyes. That time, I didn't wake up in the hospital. I was in the same room as before. Immobile, I stared at the floor, my awareness gradually returning. Are you...
Yes, I think so.
I was relieved to see that both of us were okay. Akaro, the other man, was safe too, but we quickly saw that Naomi was gone. I wonder how do you think she touches the Sekimeiya to get out?
She must.
No, it's
it was
cold.
in the...
It's cold though. Would it work?
What, to get out of the tower?
No, to get out of this room when the smoke came
Oh,
in.
Naomi. Sorry, I thought I was still stuck on the flashback and Shiroya
Oh,
traveling
no.
back to... Okay. No, I think she just got up and left. I don't know, though.
That was the beginning of a very long day. There had been an attack in the tower, and plenty of questions came with it. The first one was the origin of the smoke that had knocked us out. There took place the first real conversation I'd had with Katsuki in days. We were forced to discuss what we'd been caught up in. And that was what we'd most needed. We hadn't talked about anything because we didn't have the strength to say what we wanted. The situation we ended up in forced us to talk to each other again. When I noticed that we were speaking normally, I was grateful that coming to the tower had given us what we'd been looking for. However, the future that should have been waiting for us was challenged by the same thing that had made it attainable, the events that unfolded in Ashiya Tower. In the hallway, we met Arena, Isla, Kate, and Sai. There, we learned that we would spend 12 hours in the building due to an alarm that had been recently installed.
So are we in the first timeline again, I guess?
It should have gone off whenever the Sekimeiya was stolen, but when we looked in its cabinet, that was immediately thrown into question. From the security room, we contacted the outside, which clarified the outline of what had happened. After that, we were assaulted by question after question. Yeah, it's definitely the first timeline, okay.
Yeah.
The computer turned off out of the blue, leaving us unable to look at the recorded footage. Then we looked for Naomi, who should have been somewhere in the building. Do you think they're stuck in a time loop of constantly, like, one timeline goes back in time, saves Shiroya, and then but then Mia dies, and then that timeline goes forward, and then at the end they go back and save Mia, but then Shiroya dies, and they just keep like Ouroborosing over and over and over and over and over again until something breaks the cycle in some way?
No, because they're like going to the other timelines right now, and there seems to be a limited number of them. Like, I'm confused by what the end point is. I don't know.
Maybe that's an attempt at trying to fix it. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
sure.
don't know either.
It's making me think of a show that I can't talk about because of spoilers. Okay.
Right.
The computer turned off out of the blue, leaving us unable to look at the recorded footage. Then we looked for Naomi, who should have been somewhere in the building. We separated into two groups and looked through the upper floors. There, we learned about the predictions Isla's friend had made. Yeah, okay. And that Naomi had come from the floors below, demanding to talk to Kate privately. Oh, I forgot about that!
Yeah.
Oh, shit, yeah. That was then Katsuki and I noticed the first signs of the underlying factor of our imprisonment. The elevator was brought up, but we couldn't find who'd boarded it.
We didn't see her, though. They just said that she did.
Yeah.
Like, Katsuki and Shiroya did not see her.
But Akaro did, or Sai did? Someone else did, right?
Akaro and Sai did. Akaro, Sai, and
Okay.
Kate were together, and then they left Kate with Naomi. And I only remember this because I was at that part when I was making my fucking crazy person timeline.
The reason was time travel. The Sekimeiya, which we had come to see, possessed the power to send people through time. As ridiculous as it sounded, we had no choice but to accept it. Was it true that everything happened for a reason? Had we been given the ability to undo the past after wishing for it? If so, there were two different bright futures on the horizon. We could leave the tower after moving past Mina's death, or we could go to the past and save her. Just when it seemed the wound was beginning to heal, we were captivated by a slim hope.
This is so different from Mia's reaction. It's very fascinating.
Yeah, that's sad. But it looked like the world might have been mocking us instead. We drew the conclusion that changing the past was likely not doable. Next to our two possible futures, there was something darker. It first appeared when we saw Naomi's body on the floor, devoid of life and soaked in blood. Trapped with us was a killer, a person who'd produced the same pain we'd felt before. There had been justice for Naomi, but sorry, there had to be justice for Naomi, but we were unable to figure out the truth behind her death. Something became clear very early on. When we could leave the building, everything would be much different from when we'd entered it.
Do you want me to stop eating popcorn and read for a while?
Sure, go for it.
Right. Was one of the people who discovered Naomi's corpse responsible for her death? I despised that thought, but more than that, I despised whoever that person was. We heard a sound that indicated someone else was around us, but we couldn't find anyone. It seemed that during the time we'd looked for the culprit, the elevator had moved in a strange way. Whatever they were doing kept happening right under our noses. And soon, we came across the bathrooms on the lowest floor. Inside the men's was Naomi's body. Not the one we'd already found, but a different one. That confirmed what we'd all already imagined. In the tower with us, while the world couldn't see it, something beyond the bounds of possibility was taking place. You know, it didn't occur to me before, but I wonder where Naomi 3 is. If there's 3 timelines. You have 2 dead Naomis.
Maybe Naomi is the killer and she's killing the other Naomis.
Supposed to be Naomi Prime. Oh, sorry. Sarah said, I really have to thank you two for taking a hard stance on maturity in the community. You've really erected something special, and without your efforts, it would have never came.
So true. So true.
We managed to enter the attic thanks to one of the keys Naomi had. Up there, the footprints on the carpet informed us that such impossibilities extended to every place in the building. And lastly, inside Isla's purse, we found a greater harbinger of hopelessness than anything before it. Would we spend more than a month in that building? As impossible as it sounded, that word didn't mean much anymore. Attempting to solve the smaller questions, Katsuki and I walked all the way down from the attic. There I traveled through time for the first time, but it wasn't me who touched the Sekimeiya. We began to learn more and more about how the time travel functioned, but the biggest blockade stood resolutely in place. The past wasn't changing. Sometime later, we traveled again. We appeared in the attic, but we had to stay put in one of the bedrooms. We were very tired, so we both lay in the beds. Despite how disheartening it was, we were able to calmly talk about the Sekimeiya. I no longer believed that we had much hope of understanding it or using it to our advantage, but we could at least try. Speedrunning this timeline? Yeah, I think we're trying to get to the part where she goes back in time, probably.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah. And even that faint belief was thrown back in our faces. When we woke up, we found out that the Sekimeiya had taken Isla's life. That reality was truly as ruthless as we feared. What had happened to her was shrouded in mystery, but the Sekimeiya had been the catalyst. At my side, I saw Irina's devastation and wondered if my own came even close. After a long wait in the lobby, I found a hidden mechanism in the storeroom. Past a movable wall, there was a door without a handle that appeared to lead outside. But after what some of us had heard from the recorder, it wasn't possible to think that freedom was so close. Was it truly a single door away? Irina suggested locking ourselves up in a room. That was the best and safest way to reach the time limit. We chose one of the bedrooms in the attic and decided to stay there for the remaining hours. However, we didn't even last 2 hours before a wave of questions forced the lock open. I did my best to keep my mood positive, but every time I looked around me, I hated seeing where I was. I'd spent days avoiding the sun, and it had become what I wanted to see the most. On top of that, due to how little I'd slept, my head was constantly cloudy, and my body felt physically drained. We had already accepted that the Sekimeiya wouldn't bring anything beneficial. It wouldn't let us change the past, and touching it would make us stay locked in the tower for longer. So I told Katsuki that we shouldn't do it again. The most important thing was making it out safely. But all over the lowest floor was proof that the torment had continued, and when we opened the door to the security room, we saw that Kate, who'd been heavily suspected, had been killed as well. In the opposite hallway was Irina's body, collapsed on the floor. Crushed from the sight, we walked to the center of the floor, wishing to be isolated so we wouldn't become the next targets. What made us leave was who Katsuki saw. According to him, he'd seen another version of me in the hallway. It didn't make sense. Who had he seen, and why? I didn't want to prolong our stay, but it seemed I had. When we took the elevator all the way down from the attic, we were intercepted. On the 3rd floor, a sudden knife threatened to cut our lives short. Were we about to die too? There was no way we'd let that happen, so we ran as fast as we could. Through an exhausting chase, we heard the voice of our attacker. It was Sai, one of the people who'd been with us since this morning. What had we done to be chased with a knife? His voice conveyed that attempting to ask that would be fatal. However, when the 3 of us ended up in the event room, his deadly gaze ceased. The moment he left the knife on the floor, our heart rates finally began to slow down. He revealed that he had to do something that required the use of the Sekimeiya in the cabinet. After we failed to find him in any of the rooms where he could have been, he managed to obtain the Sekimeiya and threatened to use it at any time. He made no effort at hiding that there was something he wanted to do upon activating it, so given what he'd done to us and that he had probably been behind some of the murders, we couldn't let him succeed. While he continued taunting us, the range of the Sekimeiya increased. Minutes later, when he was about to touch it, Katsuki and I ran toward him to be encompassed in his travel. Sai made contact with the Sekimeiya, but he didn't disappear. Only my surroundings did. In front of me was Sai. You take Sai in this scene. Both of us had appeared in the right-hand bedroom of the attic. When Sai's eyes met mine, he raised his eyebrows, hesitant to move. The knife almost fell from my grip, but I still held it in my right hand. I had picked it up in the event room when Sai purposely left it behind, and it didn't disappear after traveling. What was it that you wanted to do?
Nothing.
He had reiterated many times that he had to go to the past to do something, but he didn't expect me to appear with him. I was in front of the door while he stared at the knife in my hand. If I didn't move, I could make sure to prevent whatever he wanted to do. Then it's fine if we stay here, right? You only needed to travel to the past, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Are you threatening me with that knife? You know these cameras are recording, don't you?
We definitely only went some minutes into the past. We're gonna spend them here until we get to the point we were at. Katsuki's not here, so he appeared somewhere else.
You really are threatening me with a knife? How bizarre. I suppose we can stay here for a bit since that dumbass will probably search for us. I'm confused though, didn't really foresee this one.
What did you expect to happen?
You can't really think I'll tell you anything while you have that pointed at me, right?
I looked at the knife. Was I really threatening him? He had chased us with it, and while it was fair, the thought of threatening someone with their own death was sickening. I'm confused. Why did we appear here? How is it possible that I appeared with the knife in the attic when I only had it in the event room?
I recall telling you and Katsuki that you were wrong about what you said. You mean that you've never been in this bedroom with a knife, right?
Yes.
Maybe I was right and you were wrong then.
Wait, what time is it? He looked at his wristwatch and sighed.
There's no current time.
What? He showed me the tiny display from afar. It was blank. It stopped working? That's what Kate said happened earlier, right?
Yes, it seems it wasn't the battery's problem, but the watch's. Even if it was working, it's unlikely it would display the real time anyway.
Take a few steps back.
Why?
Just do it. He backed farther into the room without turning around. He could have run at me at any point, so I wanted to feel a little more secure. I walked to the drawer stand and opened the highest one while making sure Sai couldn't dash to the door. Inside was the key to the bedroom. When we'd been running from Sai, we'd considered that he grabbed it to prevent us from locking ourselves inside, but it was still there. He saw me taking it out and frowned. Then he began to slowly approach me. Stop.
You wouldn't be thinking about locking me in here, right? That would be very mean.
That wasn't my intention. By attempting to trap him from outside, I would have given him a chance to push the door open and overpower me. That was why I wanted to lock the door from the inside, so that he couldn't simply rush to it and leave at any moment. I inserted the key into the inner keyhole and turned it.
You locked both of us in? Very courageous.
I dropped the key in my purse and zipped it. If Sai had been thinking about forcing his way out, that would make him less likely to attempt it. I continued standing in front of the door, a little calmer than before. For a while, Sai looked pensive and maybe even uncertain. Trying to decipher his thoughts had rarely proven useful. Are you going to tell me why you wanted to go to the past?
Nope.
And are you fine staying here?
I suppose. This is all a little annoying.
Do you think that the various Sais are colluding with each other across timelines? Because I kind of do.
For sure. They would definitely be working together, yeah.
What are you thinking about? You seem pretty preoccupied.
You want me to be honest? I'm thinking about whether I should kill you.
That sent a chill through my body. He really had tried to kill Katsuki, and he was willing to kill me. What we wanted was to leave the building safely, and by keeping Sai locked away, I'd intended to prevent more things from happening. I began to worry about my decision.
Why do you look scared? You're the one with a knife. I suppose that was a little misleading. I'm not trying to kill you. As I said, I'm debating whether I should. You remember what I said, right? You will die. That's a guarantee, because I pretty much know it for a fact. I'm wondering whether I should make it happen myself. Since I have confirmation of your death, it's very likely that if I try to push you into a wall, I'll kill you. I have no reason to think I'll end up safe, though. That knife you have is pretty scary, and I wouldn't want to be recorded.
You're still saying that I'm going to die? Why?
Because I've seen it. Are you really unaware that the blood in the lobby is yours?
It's not. That wasn't my blood.
Then we go back to what I already said. I know what I'm saying for certain, but the details of it are a mystery to me. I do feel bad for you. You were in a coma for a while, right? If I remember correctly, the name that was put out was yours. It's unfortunate you'll die here after surviving that.
I raised the knife to protect myself. The likelihood that he was telling the truth kept growing as he talked. Did that really mean that I was close to dying? Would it just be him who would do it, or was he making it up to scare me? I'd seen Katsuki's face when he'd been told about that supposed fate of mine. The way he'd looked and nothing more was enough motivation to fight for my life.
I'm trying to sympathize with you, but it's not easy when you're pointing that knife at me.
Where did you even find this?
Haven't I told you already? If you want to keep asking questions, don't repeat them.
His prediction that I would die had allowed him to assert control again, which was probably intentional. I tried to erase the worry from my face. When I didn't say anything else, he went back to thinking. With a few steps of separation, we both stood, silently on alert. Minutes later, nothing else had happened, but I'd realized one thing. We had gone some minutes to the past. Given that we hadn't heard anything around us, it was very likely we'd arrived at a time after Katsuki and I left the attic due to being chased. That meant that the entrance to the attic was locked, so if Katsuki hadn't also appeared inside, he had no way to reach us. I had no reason to think he would have appeared with the key. I looked inside my purse and saw that the key to the attic was still inside. Just like the knife, it had appeared with me in the bedroom, despite there being no possible location to be replicated that met those conditions.
Why is that then?
I don't know.
Yeah. Huh. So Sai is right and wrong, because he definitely duplicated the locker key.
Yeah, it seems like he understands some things about it that Katsuki doesn't, but doesn't fully understand it to me. Plus he's just like a dick, so there's no way of...
Maybe the person who touches the Sekimeiya gets sent back and recreated to what they are, but whoever gets dragged with them in the radius gets to take back whatever they have. Hey Shiroya, how much time do you think we traveled? It's not like we went an hour back, right? 20 or 30 minutes, I'd say.
He had taken a few steps closer without alerting me. I don't know.
Well, don't you think we passed that threshold already? Shouldn't we get going?
He wants to leave. Does that mean he can still do what he wanted? It's not possible we went much further back, is it?
Not going to say anything?
I thought a bit more. I shouldn't believe anything that he says just because he sounds convincing. He sounded convincing before at times when I knew for a fact he was lying. He knows more about how the Sekimeiya works, but is refusing to say anything, so he has a reason to keep that to himself. He definitely has something in mind, and maybe if he reveals it, whatever he's planning won't work. But I can make sure that it won't work as long as we stay here. The problem is Katsuki. If he could enter the attic, I could tell him what's happening without unlocking the door. If he didn't travel, around now is when he should start to search for us. I couldn't decide. It was very possible that the force behind most of what had happened throughout the day was Sai. There wasn't a lot of time left until 9, and if I could seclude him during that last stretch, we had the chance to leave safely. Naomi, Isla, Kate, and Irina had died. The people behind that had to be either Sai or Akaro. And the recorder, which has contents that are practically impossible, Could have been arranged with Sai, Akaro, and Isla. Not only that, but Sai had a knife, and he already proved to be a deadly threat to Katsuki and probably me. If we just stay here, he won't be able to harm him or use the Sekimeiya again. Of course, the recording itself was fabricated using the Sekimeiya. Sai knows the most about it, so he's the perfect person to be responsible for it. Why would he create that? Why would Isla have it? If he's been lying recently, why would he say that I'll die or that blood in the lobby is mine? That's impossible. That blood can't be mine, so why would he say it? It matches with the recording because I wasn't mentioned once in it. Could it be that he's consistently trying to follow a story that he's set up? In either way, I can't die as long as we stay here and I protect myself. Does that mean that if I decide to leave, Sai's claims become the truth? I can't decide, because if Sai isn't the culprit, then it's Akaro, who could be anywhere, moving silently, outside any door, and then Katsuki would be up against him alone. Both Akaro and Sai have acted suspicious in their own ways, and Sai sounded hostile toward him earlier. That could easily be a trick since they escaped the bedroom together. On the other hand, if Akaro is the one we need to worry about, it's hard to imagine we'll be able to do anything to stop him even after leaving the bedroom. Yeah, Katsuki and Shiroya do deserve each other with these monologues. So, keeping Sai shut in here is the safest move. The only real problem is that I can't tell Katsuki what's happening unless he gets into the attic.
Hello?
I won't move.
What? Why? That's not what you said earlier.
You tried to kill Katsuki and then threatened me. There's no way I'll just let you go.
Hey, aren't you the one currently threatening me? Are you sure you can do this? Will you kill me if I try to unlock the door and leave? Remember that you're being recorded.
You shouldn't try it. Also, I don't think the cameras are recording.
I shouldn't? There's a time travel device downstairs, so I'm having trouble understanding why I shouldn't try to resist abandoning it.
Is that what you want? The Sekimeiya for yourself?
It would be pretty stupid to deny that. I'm sure you wouldn't turn it away either.
I didn't want to humor him anymore. He didn't say anything else, so the quiet returned. Is that it? Have we decided that we'll spend the rest of our time in here? It should only be a bit more than 2 hours unless we went really far back, which wouldn't make sense. I'd spent a large amount of time standing up, so I sat on the bed. I took the strap of my purse from around my neck so that Sai wouldn't knock me down if he pulled on it, and left it at my side. He paid no mind to it and kept looking at the floor. I still felt severely conflicted and worried about Katsuki's situation. Although the more I thought, the more I felt I couldn't let Sai free, and it was highly unlikely I could successfully lock him in from outside. Time kept moving in the silent attic. We must have been alone as the lack of sound was overwhelming. Eventually, Sai stood up without opening his mouth. That was the first noise I'd heard in minutes, and I stared at him curiously. He slowly stepped to the door with his empty hands raised. What are you doing? I saw him gripping the handle, and my heart sped up with uncertainty. However, when he tried to open the door, the lock prevented it.
Oh, it's locked. Right.
What?
By the way, you never reattached the chain, right?
The chain? What are you talking about?
Nothing.
He shook his head and retreaded his steps. I saw his nonchalant look while I was still frowning. Did you just try to leave?
Absolutely not.
Is this how you and Akaro escaped the bedroom the last time? That was what Katsuki suspected.
By trying to open a locked door?
By opening it and then going back in time to unlock it. Did you wait until now to try it because it was unlikely it would have worked earlier? Oh boy.
Okay, I really, if that's what happened just now, I really like it that Sai just tried to do what Katsuki tried to do and it didn't work.
Yeah, that
for
is
him
really
either.
funny.
That's really funny. You're incorrect.
He approached the drawer stand and took the screwdriver out of it. What's that for?
Don't worry, I don't want to use it as a weapon. Who reattached the handles?
It was me and Katsuki after everyone left.
You didn't do it right then. From here, I noticed it was a little loose. I just turned it to see if I was right. You didn't attach it properly.
He's so full of shit. Huh? I looked at the handle and didn't see anything wrong with it. Holding the screwdriver, Sai stepped to the door again. I moved back a little, afraid of the sharply pointed tool. He inserted it into one of the screws and removed it. Then he unscrewed the one in the opposite corner while I stared, dumbfounded. I didn't know what he was doing, but messing with the handle wouldn't let him open the door.
See, these two go in the bottom. You swapped them.
What are you talking about? They're the same. He ignored me and unscrewed the last two, which dropped the handle to the floor.
No, they aren't. You don't understand much about screws, do you?
He stood up. Move away. I don't know what you're trying to do, but stop.
I'm not trying to do anything, though. Do you not want me to attach it properly?
No. Step back. He sighed and backed off.
I guess I locked myself in even further.
He left the screwdriver in the drawer and looked at his feet, biting his lower lip. Sorry, first time chatter had a typo, I think, that said, is this Sai Snoodle the famous, I believe, jazz singer from Jabba's Palace?
No, it's Jizz.
Is it? Okay.
It actually is called Jizz. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
it
thank
is.
you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. That's not a typo. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's the music from Star Wars?
It's called Jizz, yeah.
Now, I have a question for you.
Sorry for knowing that.
Do you think that I actually didn't know that, or do you think I said that to bait 40 people in chat into typing it?
I think that you didn't know that. Because you don't know shit about Star Wars. Do you?
What? What?
Oh.
Oh, Disney retconned it? That's funny. I'm not trying to save face. I was just curious if people thought that I was a mastermind or not.
If Luke Skywalker was gonna have a fight with a superhero, would he be fighting Iron Man or Batman?
I'm gonna eat popcorn now.
Okay, alright.
Do you think whenever they were making the Sekimeiya, they read it? They had screeners read it, and the screeners said, wow, this is really good. And then they went back and made it worse on purpose because they wanted people to properly come to appreciate it instead of just thinking that it was great starting out.
Do you think so?
No.
I heard Death Stranding 2 is going to be made like that.
Yep. That's the smartest shit you ever heard, Godot? I know. Only a genius could have that idea.
Do you think that Sai is about to just blip out of existence right now because he has the Sekimeiya?
I hope so. They added an extra hour to the shutters based on tester feedback. Oh, it was only 11 before. Oh, August, number 100 line hater in the chat says, unfortunately, no one read 100 line before they released it, including the other writer.
Oh, man.
Falzer appreciates the title. Thank you, Falzer. Wow. Aren't you hyped up? Aren't you hyped up and excited?
No, I'm really not. I don't want to do 100 line.
I don't think you should. I think you should just skip it. Okay, anyway. I sat back on the bed. And then there was a bug that didn't let me click the Sekimeiya screen, so I had to alt-tab 3 times.
How rude. Whoa.
Big sigh. Big sigh. Soon after, out of nowhere, he sat on the other side of it. Don't sit here.
What? That's just rude. I'm tired.
Stand up.
Sigh. Fine.
But instead of standing up with a very quick motion, he extended his arm toward me. Startled, I looked down and saw he'd unzipped my purse. What? I stood up fast enough, tightly gripping my purse and the knife.
Well, damn it.
What do you think Sai's shirt says? It says Wood Carbuncle. It's a reference to another visual novel. My heart quickly calmed down as I stared at his childish expression. What the fuck are you doing?
It was just a joke. I couldn't have left anyway since you have that knife with you.
You remember what you asked earlier, right? Yes, if you get close to me again, I will use the knife. Don't move again.
Alright, you can't even take a simple joke.
He let his body fall and lay on the bed, yawning while face down. Stand up.
He's such a cat. I
Yeah?
don't think so. Sorry, I just wanted the bed for myself. You told me not to get too close to you, so I won't. I'm tired. I said so earlier.
I didn't care anymore. I approached the desk and sat on it, resting my back on my purse and protecting it against the wall.
There you go. That's much better.
He repositioned his face on the pillow and closed his eyes. A couple of minutes later, he hadn't moved at all. Couldn't he just go up the ladder to the other bed, by the way?
Probably. He wants the bed because he knows that his other past self is going to, or future self is going to use the Sekimeiya on the other side of the room, and he needs to be there to do it. So he's in the radius, and
Yeah.
she can't be.
Yeah, he's too big. Everything Sai does reads like misdirection. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I do appreciate that about him. I'd buried my face in my knees. What was happening outside the attic? A piercing pain had arisen in my chest, and there was no getting rid of it. I began to heavily regret my decision when I considered the possibility that I wouldn't see Katsuki again. What if he had already been attacked? I raised my eyes and saw Sai still lying down. There's no way he won't hear me if I try to leave, right? I jumped back a little when he moved. After a long yawn, he sat up and stretched his arms. He saw me staring at him but didn't react. Instead, he crouched to grab the handle from the floor, stood up, and turned around. I heard a sound, but I didn't believe it. Regardless, the door opened, and Sai removed the key he'd inserted into the keyhole. What? I didn't run to the door because I knew I was doomed. The handle was detached, so as soon as I stood up, Sai would close the door, locking me in behind him. Frozen, all I could do was ask what happened.
You really didn't see that I took the key from your purse? You thought I only unzipped it? I have it right here.
I couldn't believe it, but he had the key in his left hand. While I processed what he'd said, his smile widened. Wait, is this why you removed the handle?
Of course. Otherwise, it's unlikely I could have repaid the favor and locked you in. I figured it was only fair. I can't believe you didn't realize I wanted the bed for myself. I wanted the bed for myself just to be closer to the door than you. You're not very smart, are you? I gotta agree with Sai here, Shiroya. This is kind of dumb.
Sai, what are you...
Now goodbye. I have things to do, like Katsuki.
The fact that this is what happened up here, and then the next time that they ran into each other, he just pretended that they hooked up in the attic is so funny. He's such a little shitter.
Why did she smile when he said that? What? Or is that a different one that she changed her clothes or whatever? What the fuck?
This is Shiroya's "you are incompetent" moment. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Do you want to take narration for a bit?
Sure. From the hallway, I heard Sai locking the door. That didn't matter because even if he left it unlocked, I had no way to leave. So this is when she slams on it and Mia comes out of the other room. During the next hour or so.
Yeah.
So who uses the Sekimeiya upstairs then to teleport her? Is it Sai?
I don't know.
Still trying to wrap my head around what had happened, I stood up slowly and approached the door. I couldn't open it. It was exactly the same. Exactly the same way all of us had previously locked ourselves in that very bedroom. Sai had left with the handle and the key, so I knew I had no way to get out. It's messed up.
Boulder wants to know, if I were put in a closed building scenario, would I just actively make the soup thicker by lying for no reason? I don't think so. I think it's funny conceptually, but there's like, but once the bodies started rolling, I don't think I would be recreationally lying. I think I would request the detective's authority instead.
No. Now Katsuki's definitely in danger. She loves Katsuki.
Sai, come back, just for a second.
There was no response. The attic felt just as desolate as when Sai had been there. I noticed that I still had the knife in my hand. I slid it through the gap of the door, trying to push open the latch. I frantically moved my arm up and down, but it simply got stuck in the middle. Oh, sound effects?
Sound effects.
Oh, this is the sound that Mia heard.
Sigh.
I knew he wouldn't come back. Trying to calm my nerves, I sat on the bed. I'm sure he used the elevator because he shouldn't be able to leave through the main door. That means the attic is still locked. Not even he should be able to enter again once he leaves. Or maybe that's not right. When Katsuki and I locked ourselves in the attic, Sai was able to come in anyway. Is there nothing I can do? I can't take this door down.
Just kick the door down, Shiroya. Man up.
Kick it down. I tried to go over the ways to leave, but I couldn't think of anything. All at once, the overwhelming stress came back. My hand began to hurt, so I stopped pounding on the door. There was no way for me to reach anyone or for anyone to reach me. Inside a locked building on a locked floor, I was trapped in that locked room, and then I died. I realized I hadn't gone to the higher level of the bedroom. I climbed the ladder, but I couldn't find anything. The only traces of life were the messy sheets from the time we'd been waiting here. Would I have to spend 2 hours there? I could only feel the piercing pain strengthening, threatening to eventually leave me breathless. I have the only key to the attic Kate mentioned. There's no way the police won't have another one, right? At least I have the knife, so Sai won't be able to use it, and he said he didn't want to harm Katsuki anymore. Why did we have to come here? We should have just stayed home. I hated it, but I couldn't avoid thinking about the worst possibilities. The thought of losing my 2 friends in as many weeks was unbearable. Every time I managed to calm my thoughts, they returned, more and more terrifying. It was impossible for me to fall asleep, and the pain in my chest increased if I tried to lie down. I spent the time thinking miserably in front of the door, the persistent fear that I might have let the killer run free with Katsuki unprotected eating away at me. Even after what I'd already experienced, the way I felt then was far beyond anything I'd ever known. If I could describe Mia's death as an earthquake, I was experiencing one of an order magnitude higher. Whoa. It hadn't been easy to accept her death, and I, of course, still hadn't moved past it, but it was incomparable. Knowing for a fact that a friend had died was far less of a strain than fearing a friend could be about to die. Both were horrific, but only one of them involved fear, and Katsuki being in danger potentially due to my own failure only made it worse. I imagined that if any kind of hell existed, the way I felt while alone in that room must have come close.
Is that
I looked back abruptly the moment a voice reached my ears. More than 10 minutes had passed when I perceived the sound. When I perceived that sound coming directly from behind the door.
Hey, are you there?
Is that Sai? Nobody else could have entered the attic.
Open the door. Who are you?
There was no response. I didn't imagine it, right? I hadn't. There was another sound. The other bedroom opened.
I just heard you. Please, open the door.
This is the Mia thing, right?
I think so.
Once again, there was no response. Is Sai ignoring me? Either that or someone traveled to the attic.
You're still here, right? What are you planning?
I breathed hoarsely before letting out more exhausted yells.
I know you're here. At least answer.
He just walked away. Why wouldn't Mia answer? What's wrong with her?
Please, at least say something.
Rather than exert myself any further, I simply focused my hearing. It made no difference.
What are you doing? Please, come back.
Nothing. What is he doing?
Hey.
All I could hear were my desperate breaths. Did he only now leave the attic then? I defeatedly fell on the bed. Soon my vision began to fade. I drained some of the scarce energy I had. Thankfully, the inside of my head had gone numb, so I could finally stop thinking. The lancing pain in my chest intensified, but I was able to withstand it. Minutes were passing by, but it didn't feel like it. I didn't close my eyes or try to relax. The only thing I could feel was despair.
Damn. Am I back to Sai? Am I Sai again?
I don't know.
How you help? Still Joe.
Still Joe?
Okay.
What the fuck? A new voice. That time it came from the room I was in, and I recognized it. I lifted my head without thinking and saw Sai standing in the middle of the bedroom. As soon as he saw me, he dashed toward the door, but I rapidly stood up as I grabbed the knife next to me. Hey, chill with that. He stepped back while I tried to understand what was happening. Did I really travel to this goddamn bedroom? That's just unfortunate. What's with that look? You're still here? How long has it been? I guess I just trapped myself. I cleared my throat, feeling unable to speak.
Did you just travel from the future?
Yeah, maybe. How long have you been here? I looked at his wristwatch, but the display was still blank.
Do you have the key?
The key? No. Answer my question. How long has it been since I left?
I don't know, maybe half an hour. Show me what you have.
I approached him slowly, staying at a distance that prevented him from grabbing the knife. If he still had the key he'd snatched from my purse, I had to leave immediately. Don't you get that it's impossible? I still have the key? It's like you said a while ago. I just appeared in the middle of this bedroom looking at the door. Obviously, that coordinate is from the time you were in front of the door pointing the knife at me. At that point, I didn't have the key yet.
Show me your pockets.
So now he's saying that the opposite is true of what he was saying earlier. What the fuck? Sure, I can do that.
That coordinate is from the time you were in front of the door pointing the knife at me? So he's saying that their coordinates are triangulated and they're traveling to each other's?
Wait, that doesn't make any sense what he just said.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't here at all. Huh. Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I just appeared in the middle of this bedroom, looking at the door. Obviously, that coordinate is from the time you were in front of the door pointing the knife at me. Okay, so it was still his coordinates, but he's saying he traveled back to this place because it remembered his position standing in the middle. And he's saying at that point, I didn't have the key yet. So he's actually saying that he can't have the key because he didn't have the key then. So it doesn't make sense because he was saying before that that's not how it works.
Yeah, but also, why would he travel back here now when he wasn't here in this time? Because we know that because he wasn't here. Like, it's been 30 minutes since he was last here.
Yeah, but he's saying when he was last here 30 minutes ago,
Yeah.
the coordinate is from then.
Was offset by 30 minutes?
I don't know. Plus, he just lies. So
Yeah, he just lies. Yeah, he lies for fun even. Yeah.
Fuck. Start with your hip pack.
My hip pack? Of course. Let me just bend over and open it for you. He unzipped it. Inside, I noticed a key that he hadn't had in the past. Hey, it's not for this bedroom. He handed it to me.
This is for the bathrooms, right? Did you kill Kate?
I wouldn't do that to him. It would be like punching a kid for getting into the cookies. They don't know better. Anyway, let's continue. I left the bathroom key on the drawer stand. Then Sai placed a hand on the right pocket of his pants and highlighted the outline of a key. Following that, he took it out. It was the key to the Sekimeiya cabinet. He kept it and continued by putting his hand in his left pocket.
No, stop.
Huh?
Show me everything you have in the other pocket.
What? I just showed what I had.
Do it.
That was the Katsuki trick that she learned that from, right?
Yep.
Yep. He put his hand inside the right pocket and brought out another key. Oh, shit. Isn't this the key to this very bedroom?
Oh, sorry. Give it to me.
Fucking Katsuki. How did he get me with this? I left the key on the drawer stand and looked at Sai sternly.
That's the key to the other bedroom. Take your hand out of the pocket.
Huh?
Turn it inside out.
Hesitantly, he did so. One last key remained inside.
I love him so much. I love him so much.
2 decoy keys. What the fuck? What were these doing in my pocket?
Oh my god.
So he had the key because he touched the Sekimeiya with it, just like how I appeared here with the knife because I had it when I traveled. Katsuki and I were definitely wrong.
Give me the key.
You can't expect me to give you anything when you're pointing at me with that scary knife.
What?
I'm not approaching you to give you anything.
Then just throw it.
I've had too many awkward moments trying to do that.
Sai, throw me the key.
All right, we'll do the following. He turned around and began to quickly climb up the ladder.
What do you mean? What are you doing? Come down.
I didn't have time to consider following him. Seconds after he disappeared from view, he jumped back down to where I was. He extended both of his hands. They were empty. This is how I'm giving you the key. I left it up there so you can obtain it without me getting close to that pointy knife. It's back in his fucking pocket.
What? No, go get it.
Well, that's not happening.
What are you trying to do? Do you still have it and want me to go up so you can leave?
I would stab him at this point. I would actually stab him at this point. Oh, not at all. I'm not like that.
I pinned the message in chat. All right, fine. I'll give you the key. Hey, Shiroya, check your right pocket real quick for me. The fucking David Blaine of Ashia Tower.
I could show you my pockets if you want. He showed the contents of all his pockets, and except for a single key, they were identical to the time we'd all showed our possessions. Yeah, I also have the attic key, but I guess that doesn't matter much to you. Are you happy now? Do you think I might have it in my hair? It's pretty messy today. Maybe in one of my shoes? Don't worry, I left it up top. He kept clearing places where he might have hidden the key on himself until I was forced to accept that he didn't have it anymore.
Is this the second time when Joe straight up said, I would just kill Sai? Yes, yes it is. Yes it is.
Anywhere else? What is he doing? Could he have hidden it somewhere in this section of the bedroom and I didn't realize?
Wait in that corner.
No problem.
She's gonna go up and get it and come back down and he's gonna be gone.
Yeah. He approached the empty corner of the room and leaned back with a carefree face. I glanced all around, thinking about whether he could have left the key anywhere before climbing up the ladder. I knew I hadn't seen anything, but I couldn't trust it. Indecisive, I looked through the few places I could think of where a key could have been hidden. The bed, the wardrobe, the drawers. I didn't find it anywhere, as it was impossible he had hidden it to begin with.
She climbs the ladder and he sprints up to it and starts shaking it, going, ooh, you're gonna fall, ooh. Yeah, probably. As you guys already said, I love how this recontextualizes the scene of him seeing her downstairs. Yeah, he's a real fucking shit.
What are you even searching for? I just left it there, below the bed.
Then go get it.
I don't want to. I walked up to him slowly, running out of breath. Whoa, what's with that face? You would be thinking of killing me in front of those cameras when I'm just trying to give you a key, would you?
Why don't you go up first and then I follow you?
I'm way too tired to climb this ladder again. He wants me to go up so he can leave me behind again. How, though? You should believe me. If you hurry up, you might be fast enough to save him.
Oh, low blow sigh.
No.
What?
I came from the future, remember? I'm not exactly sure how far back I went, but it's possible Katsuki hasn't died yet.
What a fucker. You're lying.
Me? I haven't lied all day.
No, you are.
Am I? Are you sure? I just found him dead, but I don't even know what happened to him. I guess it was Okaro.
Oh my god.
No, it didn't matter that he could have been lying or that it was unlikely the past could be changed. Before I could keep thinking, I was hastily climbing the ladder. I crouched next to the bed and looked under it. It was dark, so I had to wait for my vision to adjust. Bye! Oh, Shiroya, what the fuck?
She's so fucking stupid.
There's no way. I didn't react. I just kept looking at the floor where there was nothing. I crawled back out and stood up, unable to raise my head. I glanced down through the hatch and saw the empty bedroom with the door closed. He was lying. He had to have been. I couldn't move. I didn't know what had happened, but all my energy was directed to denying what Sai had said.
I'm late, so I should leave and watch the bod, but Sai, you're so funny, I can't go away. Well, he's gone now, so maybe it's safe to leave. That was so fucking funny.
Bye! Once I got back down, I examined the door and saw that nothing about it had changed. There was still no way to open it. I didn't knock on the door or yell. I just sat down, staring at my lap. It kept happening. Every time I thought I couldn't feel more miserable, I did.
Oh, bother. Sai tricked me again.
During the minutes I sat paralyzed on the floor, I didn't perceive any sound. Once again, I was alone in the attic. And so I began to think that perhaps I didn't want to leave. If what waited for me outside was what I'd been told, it was better to stay inside.
She's hitting the copium?
The
No
fucking
way.
post-hoc twa right now. Holy shit. Fortunately, that thought was what let me snap out of it. No, I need to leave. Was Sai able to leave without the key? There's no way, right? He was just able to hide that he had it. I stood up and tried to think rationally. There was nothing around that indicated what he'd done.
Bro, he just palmed it. He clearly has magic experience. That dude palmed the key. Come on.
There was nothing under the bed, so he was just lying about leaving the key there. He only wanted me to go up so he could lock me in again. The key I'd left on the stand was still there. I knew it wasn't the right one, but I tried to use it anyway. The door didn't unlock. I did all I could to dispel the fog in my mind and think about what had happened. I had to leave urgently, and if there was a way out, I needed to find it. I went up to the second level and looked below the bed again, and without a doubt, there was nothing there.
Oh, honey.
Bye! He closed the door when he left, so he definitely opened and left through it. Is it possible he opened it without the key? That shouldn't be it. The way he could have left the bedroom the very first time by opening the door, going to the past, and unlocking it, that shouldn't have been possible either because there was no handle to open it from the inside, even if it had been unlocked from the outside. Is it possible that he approached the door, saw it open, traveled to the past, and opened it from the outside to let himself leave? Could he have known enough about the Sekimeiya to pull that off? If so, I might have been able to do it myself. Oh my god, not again!
Shiroya,
I climbed down and
honey.
stared at the door. It wasn't opening. Was that not possible? It hadn't worked for Katsuki when he tried it. Maybe it really wouldn't ever occur.
Oh, honey.
I tried to think more about it. How could I open the door? For even longer, I stood still, mustering all my remaining mental strength to figure out how to escape. How had Sai done it? Had he used the key? If so, how? Wait, did I let him do this?
Oh my god.
This is it. There's no way it's not. As soon as I thought back on one thing, the way Sai had escaped appeared in my head. When he appeared in the middle of the bedroom, of course, he even said it. That location belonged to the time I'd been blocking his path to the door. That's how he escaped the first time. At that point, the key to the bedroom was already in his pocket, which is why he had it when he appeared from the future. Katsuki said it too, that he grabbed it when he was chasing us. But for some reason, there was another key in the drawer. At some point, the key got duplicated. The time he snatched the key from my purse, it only felt like he unzipped it. That's all he did. He tricked me into thinking he had grabbed the key, when in reality he left with the one he had from the beginning. Did he just make me think I was trying? You didn't check your purse for the other key? No fucking way. I looked at the desk. That was where I left my purse a while ago. And the only place in this bedroom I didn't search was my own purse, where he knew the other key still was.
Sure, yeah.
I approached it and looked inside. Of course, the key was missing.
Well, you left him down there with it.
He just wanted me to go up so he could grab the key from my purse. It's still unzipped.
Oh my. I miss Mia.
But
I
she's
miss Mia.
crazy.
Yeah, I like crazy over stupid.
Mia would have killed him.
Mia would have killed him. Yeah.
Even after finding the key, Mia would have killed him.
Yeah.
I set my eyes on the hatch and rapidly made my way up the ladder. If I'm right, the other key must be somewhere here in the second level. He just hid it better to trick me.
Oh my god, sure, yeah.
There weren't many places to look through. I frantically went through all of them in search of a very small key. As soon as I started unzipping the leftmost mattress, a metal key fell to the floor. He had time to do that? I breathed deeply before picking it up and clambering down. I grabbed my purse, ran to the door, and inserted the key. It finally opened, and I saw the walls of the hallway. I sped toward the living room while I stored the knife in my purse and took the attic key out.
Is this a comedy visual novel? Occasionally, yes, actually.
Yeah, it's actually surprisingly funny sometimes.
Yeah.
The most recent footprints there were definitely Sai's, which went to the staircase. I rapidly followed them down.
Sai is mine again, once more.
Okay.
So, you know. Do you want me to take narration too? It's been a while of
Sure.
yapping. You're all right. He's okay. Sai was just lying. Thank God. Color me surprised. I panted, suddenly realizing that I was out of breath. Oh, she was actually inside. I'm glad we found you. What? He locked me in here.
What?
Me? That's funny. I locked you in, but the key's in the keyhole, right? Was he acting like he wanted to find me? He locked me in the bedroom. I'm sorry. I've been here for almost 2 hours. He shut me in. So you chose to hole up in the attic and want to blame me for it? Why exactly? I couldn't look at Sai anymore. No matter whether he was the person behind everything, I hated him and the unquestionable malice behind his actions. However, 9 o'clock was very close and creating more conflicts would only be a problem.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I just ran from the bedroom. I'm fine. Let's pretend I locked you in a bedroom. I'm not sure why I'd even do that, but how did you leave? With the key. But I thought I trapped you there. Yes, but not with the key. I know what you did. I became a witch and learned magic, huh? We can go with that if you don't want to tell the truth.
He's such a shit.
Wait, Irina!
Oh my god. Huh?
I suddenly processed what I was seeing without tunnel vision and saw Irina next to them, her clothing coated in dried blood. You're alive?
Yeah. I'm sorry if this sounds strange, but are you the same Shiroya who disappeared from the event room with Sai?
Huh? Yeah, I've been here since then.
I see. We didn't check Irina's pulse, remember?
Oh, thank God, and sorry. After thinking incorrectly for so long, so many times about so many things apparently, I felt immensely relieved. Despite all that had happened, those of us who were still alive, including Irina, had to make it out.
Maybe because they didn't check her pulse, that's the only reason she could come back to life.
Schrodinger's pulse. What's with the blood, though?
I don't know. I got hit in the head, so my memories are a little fuzzy, and also inspired Mia later.
Oh, what time is it? 7:40. It's so late. What happened while I was here? And your watch is working again? Huh? Yeah, of course.
Wait, what's with your clothes? You were wearing different ones.
So it was a different Sai, do you think? Or he just turned his watch back on? Could be with Sai, nothing is reliable. Sai is just fucking, he could have just turned his watch off.
Yeah, he for sure could have just turned his watch off, yeah.
Hey. Right, when we went to the past, we lost track of that Shiroya, but she still has to be around. I'm confused though. Where does she come from? What? I waited for a response, but nobody gave one. Had the version of me that Katsuki saw reappeared?
Can you come with me for a second?
Yeah. Can't you just talk openly here? Katsuki ignored him and brought me to the 5th floor. You know Sai's lying, right? He really locked me in a bedroom and told me you died. I was so worried.
What? Don't worry, I believe you, even though I still understand Sai very much. I wanted to tell you about what just happened.
Huh?
I think the past can be changed somehow.
It can? Did you try it?
This is insane from Shiro's perspective. She's been locked in a room for 2 hours, and he pulls her aside to tell her this shit.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I did, but I'm not sure what to make of the result.
Yeah. Those few words made me drop everything I had assumed. After what we'd experienced, was it actually possible for us to undo what had already happened?
It's possible what I changed only affected some people. I definitely went back in time and altered the events I'd experienced. Also, I really want to start a Gorillas podcast when I get out of here. So I recognizes the change, but I'm not sure Arena does. It felt like both realities met, leading into differing memories. That could be what happened to Akaro, when his version of events contradicted ours. Maybe someone made some change that didn't affect us, or maybe it didn't affect Akaro.
Thank you, Harmva, for highlighting. I have to go to bed. Thank you, Mouse, for the streams. You're a cool mouse. And Tom, bye to you too.
Bye. Good night, Harmva. Good night.
Good night, Harmva. Good night, Harmva.
Have a good rest.
That sounds way too complicated. I'm not sure I follow, but you mean...
If we go to the past, I'm pretty sure we could drastically change the way things played out. It's possible some people would still remember this reality, but the change should persist. It's possible two realities just converge, but the real one comes from my change. It overlapped the last one despite some people potentially still remembering it.
So then we just have to want to change the past? Is that the only requirement? If we travel to the point Isla died, we can overwrite her death? I'd long ago decided I wouldn't touch the Sekimeiya again, but the most fundamental reason was that we'd concluded it wasn't possible to alter the past. I recalled my own selfishness and how much I despised it. If we were able to undo what had happened but chose not to, that was infinitely worse.
Let's keep going. I last traveled from the staff room. Let's go there.
We walked all the way down. In the reality where we were, many people had died. Even if changing the past was doable, how much could we really deviate from it? That didn't matter. As long as we could prevent the suffering I'd felt for at least one person, we had to do it. We slowly reached the crystal floor. On the way down, I noticed that the smell hanging around us all day was getting stronger. What's all this blood?
It's mine. As you can see, I hurt my hand in the elevator. I don't even know why it stopped bleeding.
Does it hurt? That's kind of a lot.
Don't worry, it's fine. Also, I don't really know how I got cut, but we're just gonna gloss over that.
We entered the staff room and I saw that a new locker was open.
Huh? It's gone.
Did you leave it in this locker? How?
I found the key in the cleaning room. I know how it sounds, but I guess no one needed a key to get it. I touched it with the locker open.
Someone in chat asked, do we know why Mia was friends with them if she doesn't actually care about them? Mia said that she was fond of Katsuki in the past. I think she doesn't like Shiroya because Shiroya takes attention away from her, from Katsuki, and right now she's annoyed with Katsuki because he's just whiny about Shiroya. Is the impression I got.
I don't think it's a romantic interest in Katsuki either. It's just, yeah.
I think it's attention. Like a funny pet dog that you keep around.
Yeah.
Oh, could anyone have taken it then?
It would have been easy, but I'm not completely sure. The door doesn't look like it moved, so it also could have teleported. While you were in the attic, we saw that happen. I definitely witnessed the Sekimeiya teleport to its cabinet. Did you though? But Sai could have easily grabbed it, Akaro as well. I saw him, and he should still be here somewhere. It was before I changed the pass, but all he did was draw attention to hallway A. There's no way that was enough to overwrite Akaro's existence.
We went to the event room and saw the empty cabinet. Once more, we wanted to find the Sekimeiya that someone might have hidden. Since that morning, a recurring question had been why anyone would hide the Sekimeiya when it could easily be found. I thought of many possible answers, but if the past could be changed, it had always been a flawed question. Of course, if anyone was directing things toward a future they wouldn't want anyone to deviate things on their own with the Sekimeiya. Like always, whether it teleported or someone hid it, it has to be nearby and in a place we can access. We can find it. Was that person Sai, who knew the most about the Sekimeiya? Had an unknown person really orchestrated everything behind the scenes? Couldn't believe how fast I'd changed my mind and how much I wanted to find the Sekimeiya. Was it possible we could leave the tower in a world where I hadn't spent those 2 hours in that bedroom? I was taking Katsuki's word, but if we found the Sekimeiya, determining whether the past could be changed should have been simple. However, we had concluded before that it wasn't possible because it had already been attempted. A ton of things implied that. I wanted to erase the painful hours we'd all spent in the tower. But if that was possible, what if we could stay there for a whole month? There would be much more we could undo. The exit was near. In 2 hours, we were bound to learn about the future we'd be stuck with. Oh yeah, the Sekimeiya's gone. I was searching for it before we went up. I'm sure you were. There's not much time left. Let's wait for the shutter to open.
What about the Sekimeiya?
This is the Shiraya that disappears when she goes to the bathroom, right? Yeah, I think that the whole setup here is to get us to the point where she does that. Who knows? I couldn't find it, but why do you care? Akaro might be responsible, and he could have taken it outside. If that happened, there's nothing we can do. However, if it's still inside, the police will find it immediately, right? It can be hidden from us, but not from them. Arena, do you know where the Sekimeiya might be?
What? No, I don't.
Then none of us do. If it was deliberately hidden, I don't see the point in searching for it anymore. You know where it is, right? He must be the one who's been taking it all this time, and he's definitely had a reason. He doesn't want us to search for it so that he can keep it where he has it. You're free to enlighten me. If I knew where it was, what would my endgame be? Hoping that the police don't find it? There's no way that would happen. Someone took it when we weren't around. That must mean they have the means to keep it out of ours and the police's sights. Otherwise, hiding it is pointless. Of course, that's only assuming the past can't be changed. With how much Sai's proven to know about the Sekimeiya, there's no way he's not aware of whether it can do that or not.
You say that, but it's been happening since this morning, and it was never hidden in a place the police wouldn't have inspected. You could have a plan too. When the police enter, as soon as they find the Sekimeiya, they'll activate it. That'll make everyone around it disappear, leaving a free path for you to retrieve it.
Are you even listening to yourself? You think I want to steal the Sekimeiya? Sure, I wouldn't say no to having it, but that's not going to work out. First of all, they'd simply appear in the past. If a bunch of people time travel, the panic would ruin any kind of plan like that. At least a few people have to know what the Sekimeiya is capable of too, right? Why would they send the police to grab it if they knew what touching it would do?
I think I agree with him. That wouldn't work.
Hiding the Sekimeiya is pointless, that's a fact. Incidentally, there's no place the police would ignore. What that means is that if the Sekimeiya is here, there's no reason to search for it. What I find most likely is that it's already outside, though.
Alright, I agree, so let's just wait.
I frowned as I looked at him, but he avoided meeting my eyes and glanced back at Sai instead. Ooh. Perfect! We've had enough headaches, so let's go to the lobby. Is this a bluff to waste time? If we want to go to the past, we want the Sekimeiya to spend a while out of the cabinet, which we accomplished by doing what Sai wants for a while. Eventually, we can find it, just like we have every time we've extensively looked for it. Sorry, brain blast. Sorry, brain blast. What if...
Crackle E?
What if...
Me? Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna go reset.
What, you?
I'm crackling, apparently.
You don't sound like a robo to me.
No?
No, but go reset it, I guess.
Wait, why is it only on for them, but not for you?
I don't know. It might be Twitch.
Oh, that's new information about the Sekimeiya. What
It's
the
the
fuck?
whole stream.
It's the music too? It sounds fine for me.
Oh.
Wait, what? Is it mouse?
Hmm.
Sorry, hold on. A mouse is fine, but the music mouse is providing and me are bad?
Everything besides mouse is bad.
Yeah, but now is this still bad?
How does Joe sound now? Does he still crackle? He's still crackling. Is it CPU load? No, my CPU load is fine. Yeah, it sounds completely fine to me. You try muting stuff in OBS and unmuting? Yep. How's that? Still bad? Hmm. Well, it seems like it's probably an OBS problem. Deactivate the audio capture. Deactivate the audio capture source. Alright, 1 second. Let me mute the game so you're not getting whatever is going on your side. Alright, you talk now, Joe?
I am talking the whole time. Can you hear me?
How does he sound? He's fine now? Okay, well, we'll just,
Why did the music crackle the same time as me?
I don't know. Mouse and Joe is fine now that music is gone. I'll just restart the Sekimeiya then. Background white noise? Yeah, that's been happening the whole time. The game just covered it up. For Joe to be loud enough for you guys to hear, you have to hear the white noise. That's just how it be. It could be the Windows audio capture bug they fixed in Windows 11 but refused to backport to Windows 10. I see. Okay. Does this sound okay now? No, there is game sound. There it is. It's quiet. Okay. Yeah, the beginning of this song is just quiet. Okay. All right. I actually, whoops. Thanks, Snipe Hunter 007 for I hope it's a romantic interest. I think the idea that Shiroya versus Mia is the two of them fighting for Katsuki's attention is a hilarious premise. Difficult to believe. Hiding and unhiding the game capture would have been enough. I'll try that if it happens again. Thank you. I completely forgot what the idea I had was. The OBS just sabotaged me.
Can you share your screen with me again?
Oh god, that's right, yeah.
You're on your own with your Horizon, by the way. I'm really tired.
I can tell you're really tired. Yeah. We could stop if you want. We could stop.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Like we only got like 50 minutes left. I can power through, but like
I'm
really tired.
I remembered my idea. My idea is remember how Irina, how Isla's friend told her that if they stay put, that then nothing bad will happen.
Mm-hmm.
What if her friend was Irina traveling back? What if her friend was Irina traveling back and saying, hey, if you stay put, nothing bad will happen? Because if Isla stayed put, then nothing bad would happen to her because she was trying to save her life. Now, what that doesn't explain is the miscounted number of people, which I don't feel like going back and checking. But if there is a different timeline where Katea is not there, then maybe the miscounted people makes more sense. Her mother is her friend? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Because she would have to explain her being somebody different, because otherwise she would try to talk to her mom about it. So she would have to say like that I'm like you're different from who your mom is. It would be funny if it was Sai. Yeah, it's probably Sai. Never mind.
Sigh.
All right. Anyway, that was just a thought. Okay. All right.
You dumbass! Did you just tell your mom that you had an imaginary friend?
All right. If we want to go to the past, we want the Sekimeiya to spend a while out of the cabinet, which we accomplish by doing what Sai wants for a while. Eventually, we can find it, just like we have every time we've extensively looked for it. Katsuki whispered to me.
Did you lose the knife?
I shook my head and showed him my purse, still unzipped.
Did you get it from Sai after you two appeared somewhere?
No, I still don't understand it either. Both of us appeared in the attic, and I already had it. I'd forgotten to mention it, but yeah, that doesn't make sense with how we thought the Sekimeiya worked.
He's devastated to be wrong. He's like, oh no.
Okay, let's sit around and wait. I'm exhausted and just want to get out, so I hope nothing else happens. Whatever Zin or the culprit are up to is no concern of ours anymore. I have no idea what happened to Akaro, but I don't care. If he's behind this whole mess, he'll face the consequences.
So he totally has a Sekimeiya.
Exactly.
Or he knows where it is.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly 1 hour and 10 minutes. That's all we have to get through to reclaim our freedom. There was no reason to humor Sai anymore. I didn't believe for a second he wasn't lying. We sat on the left of the shutter without saying a word. He had needed to leave the bedroom to finish up a part of his plan. He admitted that himself, so there was no way he simply wanted to get out of the tower while unaware of the Sekimeiya's whereabouts. It can't be that he's not the same Sai, right? No. Even though his watch is working, he definitely knows what happened in the bedroom. We waited for a long time. It was the ideal thing to do. If we were able to find the Sekimeiya, we would do it after it had gathered enough energy. If finding it wasn't possible, we were calmly going through the final stretch. If the recording was real, then we would either not find the Sekimeiya or changing the past would turn out to be impossible. However, I was convinced that it was fake. No matter why it existed, it couldn't have been legitimate. I spent some time going over all the possible outcomes. What if the Sekimeiya was in one of the temperature regulation cabinets, not gathering any heat? If changing the past was possible, it was still fine. We could go a short time back, get it out of the cabinet, and progressively extend the distance traveled. Sai continued to update us with the time. We'd spent 25 minutes sitting down. Is it possible Sai's trying to trick us again? What if he knows what we want to do? If he does, he could have set his wristwatch back a while to make it seem like we have more time. Did he anticipate things enough to have also edited the computer's time? The shutter could open at any moment. I stood up. Wait here, I'm going to the bathroom. I've been needing to go for a while, and I had to before walking through the whole building. According to Sai, there were 40 minutes left, but we couldn't trust that. Once I came back, we had to find the Sekimeiya.
Oh, alright.
Can't you wait? No. Don't worry though, I won't go anywhere else. I knew he'd insist on stopping me, so I went over to the hallway B door. I entered the left bathroom. Huh? I jumped instantly, feeling my back burn. The tank was burning. I knew what that had to mean. I grabbed the top with both hands and lifted it up. The Sekimeiya was on top of a pipe, touching the side I'd leaned on. It was well balanced, positioned so it didn't fall into the water. How hot does it have to be for the heat to reach the other side, and I still feel the burn? Do you finish your piss in this situation? I was wondering if she's going to pull up her pants. But here it is, and it's working for sure. The past could be changed. Were those words true? If so, I knew I could go really far back. Should I tell them? Was it even Sai who left it here? He knew where I was going.
That's a good point. Who does lean back? Who? Hold on. No one. When you're sitting on the toilet, you don't touch the back of the toilet like an actual seat, right?
If it was hot enough, it would be emanating heat, though.
True. Confirming again that they could boil water and make tea with the Sekimeiya.
But it sounded like she had burned her back. Listen, I'm just saying for me, I would feel it emanating heat. I don't know what she's doing. I don't know what she. Oh yeah, this.
Have you ever sat on the toilet with the whole entire seat up and fallen in, and it just feels like in those 2 seconds, like the whole world doesn't make sense, right? It's just it's just like it's like going in a time warp, man.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad.
It's fucking terrifying.
Why would you not sit up unless you're on your phone? Because the posture is better for you. You crouching somewhat.
It's like you're falling into a wormhole. Thank God I can't relate. Says first time chatter. Wow, what a message. Anyway, sorry for the interruption.
Welcome to the community. It's like when you think there's one more stair and you touch the ground early. Yeah, it's exactly like that. That's a good comparison.
Yeah.
Right. Katsuki wanted to find the Sekimeiya and change the past. If I told him, I knew he would activate it. However, I wasn't sure I wanted that. His desire was to erase the deaths we'd experienced, but that wouldn't occur if he changed the past. He would still remember them, and how would it even work? Would he be stuck in a world with another self of his? If he went to the past and changed things, he would end up personally suffering for it and would remember everything. If I did that instead, he wouldn't. We didn't know where Akaro was, but he or Sai had the best chance of being behind everything. If I went to tell the others that I'd found the Sekimeiya, it was very possible Sai would purposely always stay in range. He could then prevent the changes we wanted. And ultimately, it was a fact that they'd all said they talked to a self of mine I wasn't aware of. Would that end up being myself, despite me being sure that it couldn't be the case? If so, then I wouldn't be able to change the past. I was in the reality where that other self of mine appeared. I hovered my hand over the gem and felt the imposing heat around it repelling me. I realized I couldn't breathe properly due to the strange smell from all day. It was at its greatest intensity yet, reaching oppressive levels. With my left hand under my coat. Wait, so it makes that smell not when it's used, but when it's supercharged?
Maybe, yeah.
Is the white gas that they found due to supercharged Sekimeiya? That's interesting.
I think so, yeah.
It's interesting none of them have commented on the gas. They've only commented on the smell.
No, the only reason they could see the gas was with like night vision goggles or some shit. That was my read on that scene.
Oh,
anyway.
Okay. I thought they said it was white.
I might have been wrong about that, but I don't know. Yeah.
Alright. With my left hand under my coat, I lifted the Sekimeiya out of the tank. Its heat was burning me through the cloth, but I resisted the intense pain. This is the last chance we have to save anyone. Maybe saving Mia is impossible, but I'm holding the possibility to erase Irina's suffering, Isla's, Naomi's, or even Kitei's. If that works, nothing should be undoable, and then I could tell Katsuki what I've done and work together with him to save Mia. I still knew he wanted to change the past, and maybe he didn't want to get rid of the memories he had. Who was I to decide that by myself and effectively erase the Katsuki I knew in that moment?
She's gonna touch this and end up trapped in that room again. Sigh, round 3.
I couldn't hesitate. If I chose not to activate the Sekimeiya, I might not have been able to live with myself. I couldn't accept acting only in my own self-interest. So... Is this the original timeline, and then when she went back and stopped Mia from dying, she's the... No, because then she came back. God damn... no, I'm not doing this right now. Okay. I lowered my right hand slowly toward the harmless-looking gem. I shut my eyes and gritted my teeth in pain, pushing through the burning aura until I made contact with the Sekimeiya.
Alright, where are we going?
Egg chair.
Oh.
At that point, Sharia disappeared from the bathroom.
You want me to do this part?
Sure.
She also disappeared from the crystal floor and from Ashia Tower. She went much farther through time than she had expected.
This is a good stopping point if you're tired. If not, we'll find a different one in 10 to 15 minutes. Up to you.
I can go 10-15 minutes if you can. Sure.
Okay. All right.
The oblivious people who remained in the lobby would soon realize that something had happened and would search for the missing Shroya through all 7 floors.
That's not what happened in the first chapter.
Yeah, that is not what happened in the first chapter.
Hmm.
Also, wasn't there a time where like she looked down the hall and saw something and then fucked off? Did we skip over that, or was that happening later?
We skipped over that.
What? Ow, where is this? I felt my body lying on cold stone. I opened my eyes, but I couldn't see a thing. Maybe this is Shroya? Probably is, right? Is this still the tower? The music. I tried to stand up, but my whole body hurt. When I moved, I realized I was wearing different clothes under my coat and that the air was much colder.
Huh.
So this time it is a morbing. There's different rules. Ow, what? I suddenly felt a throbbing pain in my head and stopped all my movements. It wasn't only my head. There wasn't a single part of my body that didn't hurt.
Or they would have been wearing different clothes anyway, except that they're all wearing the same clothes because they're in the same tower all the time.
I stayed still, hoping the unbearable headache would fade away. In the meantime, my vision began to adjust a little. Couldn't see light anywhere, but I was still able to make out the space around me. Is this underground? That was all I could really tell, but when I looked up, I understood where I was. The ceiling is broken, and there's a bit of light. That's where I fell from. I was in some kind of channel directly below the gem shop we'd gone to that day. Bewildered, I tried to think. However, an immense headache was still numbing my mind. Did I appear here from the tower? I didn't think that was it. I remember traveling from the bathroom on the crystal floor, but something was amiss. Every time I'd gone through time, I'd instantly appeared somewhere. That time, I'd woken up on the ground, and my whole body hurt. Had there been something in between then? It felt like there had to have been, but my mind was too foggy to know.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
What do you think?
Oh boy.
Do you think she's in Mia's body, or do you think she's just when she fell and her body's gone back to that time, or what?
I don't know. I don't know. But I bet it's gonna make me mad.
Really? Where am I? How far back did I go? Under the thick brown coat I usually wore, I identified the clothes I was in. They were the ones I'd woken up with in the hospital, the ones I'd worn the day Mia died. I kept trying to push my mind for an answer, but I had no idea what had happened. When I finally collected myself somewhat, I noticed that I had my purse around my shoulder. I unzipped it and felt the interior with my hand. The knife isn't here. Why did I not travel with it this time? Wait, this! I retracted my hand, gripping a familiar object. After fiddling with it, a rectangular light appeared in front of me. It was my phone. The time displayed was 9:10. Huh, but I only wanted to look at the date. I navigated deeper into the settings menu to access the current date. Then I stared at the screen, reading it over and over. November 30th. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. November 30th? Did I go 15 days to the past? 9:10. That day, at that time, I was already in a coma. I'd fallen from that ceiling up there, and I woke up in a hospital room days later. I looked around me, but I didn't see anyone else. If that's where I am, has my old body already been taken to the hospital? But why does my whole body hurt? This has never happened before. My mind felt really clouded. After touching the Sekimeiya, I'd woken up in that sewer. I hadn't instantly appeared there, so I didn't fully understand what had happened. Could I have overwritten my past self since I touched the Sekimeiya while willing to change the past? I tried to stand up, but a sudden piercing headache made me collapse to the ground. My cheek hit cold stone again, and the faint light slowly vanished. I wanted to move, but none of my muscles responded. My entire body was sore, like I'd received countless punches. Even the scarce willpower to reopen my eyes left me, as if I'd exhausted all my energy in an instant. I senses dulled, the world darkened, and my coat tightly enveloped me. And then it was gone. The cold and pain disappeared too, leaving me floating in the middle of nowhere. There was no sound. I was conscious, but I didn't know where I was or why I was there. My awareness became a single, thin stream devoid of thought. The stressful events of the tower disappeared, and the tension I'd been holding in for the previous weeks vanished. A great sense of relief washed over me. No, I was on the ground in an underground tunnel. That fleeting notion sparked into my brain multiple times, but it was never enough to disrupt the silence. The world was consumed by my growing existence until eventually I was the only thing in it. Perhaps it had always been like that. For longer than time itself, I drifted aimlessly. Who was I? I was surprised to feel curious about that question. The nothingness had become the only thing I knew, so the tiniest vestige of uncertainty was enough to bring me into disarray. A distant figure began to take the shape in the darkness, and it grew until I became one with it. That's me. And there's Katsuki. Not from now, but when we were still children, laughing, playing, having fun. Hey, Shiroya, check this out. He handed me a small flower with dark purple petals, contrasting with the white world surrounding us.
So pretty. I'm sure Danny would love it.
The fuck is Danny? I gingerly placed the flower on the stuffed tiger's head, then held it up to my face.
Wow, it looks so good on you, doesn't it?
Without missing a beat, the boy in front of me spoke up. I'm sure it would look a lot nicer on you.
Damn.
Ooh.
The moves.
He took the flower off the toy and began fidgeting with my shirt. When he was done, I couldn't help but smile. Seamlessly, the world changed. We were riding on our bikes down the streets of Yushibana. And then we were drinking hot chocolate after playing it in the snow, in the cuck chair. One after another, fond memories played in my vision. Sorry, I should have said egg there. Fond memories played in my vision, and I once again became a child.
Sai is still on screen. That's pretty good.
I wasn't just experiencing memories, I also created new scenarios. We'd always wanted to hang out in the big cities, and that became possible. Wait, what? The innocent pleasure dimmed softly as the world faded back to nothing. I couldn't object or resist, as if I was a baby on the verge of awareness.
Is this a near-death experience? Maybe.
Yeah. After an eternity, my mind reawakened. Another figure appeared far in the distance. Mia. I liked her as a friend, but when did it get so complicated? She was gone, but even when she was alive, things didn't feel completely right. Myriad moments of before her death flowed into my mind. We were smiling and laughing in all of them, but as I watched this from above, I just wondered if she'd ever actually consider me a friend. We had spent time together, but I wasn't sure what it had meant. She joined our little world and warped into something different. Not better, not worse, just different, and her departure made it very different once again. We had access to a time travel device. We had no idea how it worked. But could we use it to rescue her? Did I even want to rescue her? Of course I did. Anything to bring us back to a sense of normal. Anything to bring back the happier days. Were the days with Mia better than the days without her? Yes, but why? Why was it all so messy? My existence folded in on itself. A momentary jolt, a sense of disorientation, running around in the darkness. Was the Sekimeiya a blessing or a curse? An object that reworked the flow of time? An object that kept us confined in the past? My senses dulled again. I kept drifting in the dark and gentle abyss. Or maybe I wasn't drifting at all. I realized I didn't know anything. Is Mia even, like, real? Is, like, Mia, like an entity? Like, from the Sekimeiya, somehow? Like, that inserted herself into their lives in order for them to be able to do this to save her? Like, she's such a weird thing.
Yeah.
I felt a cold breeze as the darkness began to lift. Part of me wanted to stay there forever, wrapped in black. Like, she's also the one that made them go to the building where the Sekimeiya is.
Yeah,
the sensation of possessing a body gradually came back to me. My limbs existed again. In an instant, I became acutely aware of a pain in my cheek. I was resting on a pebble. I looked around me, the faint light illuminating the sewer. My eyes were wet, almost as if I'd been crying. I'm still underground. What just happened? My head throbbed relentlessly while I came to terms with the realization that I'd fallen unconscious. After so long, I tried to move my arm and received a faint response.
Mia is Shiroya's daughter who travels back in time to become her mom. Oh, okay.
Right, I just traveled from the tower. It's November 30th again. I exhaled deeply, pulling myself together. That dream, if it could be called that, was almost like the coma I've been in once already, a haze of half concepts. It was almost frightening how lost I'd gotten in it. I remembered fragments of it, but the question of whether I wanted to save Mia was still vividly present in my mind. Of course I want Mia to live. What kind of question is that? And what would Katsuki do without her? I don't think Katsuki cares that much, though. Shiroya? I rested for a bit longer, trying to drive off those intrusive thoughts until I was eventually able to sit up. I was still lost in the dark, so I pulled out my phone and looked at the time. It was 9:34. It's only been about 30 minutes. I laboriously stood up and took some mindless steps. I couldn't feel anything around me except the hard concrete. I suppose it wasn't a sewer that I was in, since it didn't really smell at all, but I had no idea what it was. Wait, what am I supposed to do now? Can I really change the past? What the hell is this? Did I appear 2 weeks into the past but mere minutes too late to save Mia? It can't be right. Why would I have gone so far back? Completely perplexed, I walked forward toward the darkness. It wasn't possible to reach the hole above me, so I had to hope I could walk out of there. It is weirdly coincidental that she goes back in time just exactly to not be able to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, it is weird.
After a few steps, I ran into a wall. The darkness should have been terrifying, but I wasn't scared. I need to get out of there, and I hope I could find out where I was. Did she go back in time that we saw at the beginning of this chapter, and then she fell down afterwards, but she's forgotten like that she did that?
Could be, yeah. Could be.
Yeah. I flipped open my phone, but the light from the screen was enough to illuminate the path ahead. After feeling the space, I knew there were 2 tunnels in front of me, one much larger than the other. I could only go through one, so I kept walking toward the one that seemed wide and dry. If I can change the past, can I prevent the attack in the tower from happening? I can at least prevent Katsuki and myself from going there, but would this really work? What would happen to me? I've already thought of this, but if I change the past, would I remain in a world with another version of myself? And if I can do that, should I, instead of trying to travel back one more time and save Mia in the first place? The darkness had become absolute. On that day, the Sekimeiya must have been somewhere. As Ashiya's announcement had already been made public, they were going to keep it somewhere in the tower. I watched for minutes, every individual step feeling surreal, and the bright image on the screen frozen in my mind, November 30th. I kept going, hugging the wall next to me. At one point, the path began to slant up, making every step tougher. How do I get out of here? Should there be a ladder somewhere? For an entire day, I'd grown used to hearing the echo of my own footsteps with no other sound. I wasn't in that tower anymore, but the sensation was identical. I slowly increased my pace. I was so close to finally being outside again. The tunnel was a straight path, seemingly unending. After walking a while, I started to feel a little desperate. Was it going toward an exit, or was it completely lost? I couldn't see anything that distinguished where I was. I was too dedicated to my path to turn around and go the other way. It almost felt like there would be a monster waiting behind me if I did. I could only keep moving, almost like I was in a dream of an ever-lengthening corridor. Do you want to take over for a bit?
No, because I think we're almost done.
Are we? Finally, that sensation ended. I located a ladder and climbed out of the channel's end. Around me was a grassy field covered in snow, the sky firmly situated above me. It was real.
We're done. We're done. We're done.
Do I keep reading this part?
We're done. That's it.
All right.
Hmm? Is this the cliff? It could be the cliff. Is this the cliff?
She seems like she's on a cliff of sorts.
Down the Vienna and step away, you're done? No, you want to go for 5 more hours. Joe would just fall over.
It's a cozy little village there, huh?
It is a bit. Oh, this is great. Oh, this is perfect. What could be better? What could be better than raiding into Silent Hill 2? All right. Thank you for coming on for Sekimeiya. I think we only have a couple of streams of this to go. I think we're approaching the end. Are you excited?
Every chapter is half as long as the chapter that came before it.
I made that joke. I made that joke on Discord.
Did you really?
I did, yeah.
Very funny.
It's okay.
Funny.
No. Anyway, thanks everybody for coming by. We're gonna raid into my friend who is playing Silent Hill 2 remake. So if you don't want to see that, then take off. And if not, please, I want to repeat, if you take one lesson away from this stream, please do not eat the silica gel packets. Thank you very much. We'll be back next week. Raid's going out.
See you later, everyone.
Have a good week, everyone. Listen back to the audio from earlier. Fine.